It's the final weekend of the 2015 season, and coming off a 3-game sweep of the Rockies on this homestand, the D-backs look to continue their winning ways and close out the year against a Houston team that is clinging to a playoff spot by the thinnest of margins. A playoff field tonight, certainly with implications for the Astros and the Diamondbacks here on Fox Sports Arizona. Good evening from Chase Field. Welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune, Bob Brenly along the way. Here we go. Final weekend of the season. First of 3 against the Houston Astros. And let's break down the playoff implications for the Astros. They are hanging by a thread here. Currently 3 games behind the Texas Rangers with 3 to play for the AL West lead. They have a 1-game lead over, Bob, the Angels and the Twins for that second American League wild card. They need every one of these games.
Unfortunately for me, this time of year, a lot of math involved, and we don't want to get into all the parameters and the things that could possibly happen. But know this. Big 3 games for the Houston Astros. No pressure on the Diamondbacks. This should be a wonderful series for the D-backs.
They have Dallas Keuchel on the mound, does A.J. Hinch in his Houston Astros. He is lined up to pitch tonight on regular rest. That would make him available to go on short rest Tuesday if they're in the wild card game.
Yeah, Keuchel, a tough customer, looking for his 20th victory of the season here tonight. Colin McHugh having a really good season tomorrow night. It's not going to be easy. The mystery man on Sunday could possibly be Lance McCullers, but Diamondbacks, as I said, no pressure. Go out and have some fun.
And Dallas Keuchel may be on his way to an AL Cy Young Award tonight. He goes for his 20th win of the season. Keuchel, a left-hander, so no David Peralta in the lineup anyway, but we'll get an injury update after he left last night's ball game. The roof and panels opening up. We are just about set to go. The Diamondbacks and the Astros on Fox Sports Arizona. Is brought to you in part by Cox Gigablast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the home-style ranch chicken club sandwich today. Only at Jack in the Box.
And we're Welcome back to Chase Field. Quite a series ahead for the Diamondbacks here against the Astros, fighting for their playoff lives. David Peralta, he is in the dugout getting his teammates fired up for this one, but he is not in the starting lineup tonight. We'll tell you a little bit more in just a moment. Jody Jackson with you, and Chip Hale said, look, as long as these games count in the league, which they do for the Astros in their playoff spot, and as long as they count for us, which is till the very end of the season, I'm going to try to play the guys that can get us the best chance to win. Well, David Peralta's in that category, but he's a little bit banged up. Here he is last night making a sliding catch, or trying to, but his wrist bent all the way back. He said at the time that he thought it was broken. He actually stayed in the game to record the final out, but then when he got into the dugout, it was sore. The good news is the x-rays were negative, but Chip Hale had an update on his status today.
We had him go see Dr. Sheridan, and then we're going to do a preventative MRI just to see, but the x-ray looked good, and just wanted to check and make sure there was no other damage. But he feels a little better today, but obviously not going to be in the lineup. We'll see when he comes back. If there's nothing on the MRI, maybe he can pinch hit.
Well, he did go to the doctor today, but as you can see, he is here right now. I doubt that he will actually be available to pinch hit. Chip Hale kind of joking about that, but he does have it wrapped. And Socrates Brito will play in the outfield tonight, despite being a left-hander facing Dallas Keuchel. Yes, the bearded one. And for the Diamondbacks, it is Ruby De La Rosa going for win number 15. And there are playoff implications for the Astros.
Winners of 10 of their last 15 games. They have pulled to within 3 games of 500 with 3 to play. It's October, and the atmosphere certainly feels like the playoffs, with a postseason spot potentially at stake for these visiting Houston Astros in the final series of the 2015 regular season. And your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks is Ruby De La Rosa. His final start of the year, a chance to finish his first season in Arizona as a 15-game winner. His pitching coach is Mike Harkey.
He worked his butt off on his delivery, trying to get himself better. He's definitely made some strides, and he's reaping the rewards with wins. Let's hope it keeps his confidence up running into next year. But for a guy who's never won, more than 8 games in the major leagues. It's a pretty good feat.
Second baseman number
the numbers on Ruby
Jose
De La Rosa coming off wins in his previous 2 starts over the Giants and the Padres, both on the road.
Yeah, last time against the Padres, his offense spotted him 6 runs in the first 2 innings of the ballgame. Hopefully more of the same tonight. Ruby De La Rosa looking to finish strong here, having an outstanding season.
Final 3 games of 2015. The Astros desperately need all 3. Laz Diaz is our plate umpire. Roof and panels open on a Friday night in downtown Phoenix, and Jose Altuve fouls that one right into the Diamondback dugout, and it's quickly 0-1. Altuve third in the American League in hitting at .310. Those 14 homers already double his previous career high. Altuve tied for the American League lead in hits with Boston's Xander Bogaerts. He needs 6 hits in this 3-game series to get to his 2nd straight 200-hit season. He led the majors last year with 225 hits. No Astro has ever had 2 200-hit seasons.
Go back to the beginning of the 2012 season. Nobody in baseball has more hits than Jose Altuve.
Called strike 3. Laz Diaz rings him up. 1 down for Ruby.
Good start.
number 4.
Altuve is listed at 5'6" in the Astros media guide. I think he's about 5'0", but he's definitely the guy that makes this team go. When he gets on base, things tend to happen for the Astros.
Here's a guy they were without for a long time, George Springer. Back in the lineup with a hot bat. He did not go, says the crew chief Jeff Nelson down there. Springer hitting .270. He's got 15 home runs. Aaron Hill off the glove at third, and Springer's aboard. E5.
He hit him right in the glove. It was hit hard on 2 hops down there to Aaron Hill, but the play I'm sure he would say he should make. That would be an error on Aaron.
And it brings up rookie shortstop Carlos Correa, who just turned 21 less than 2 weeks ago. And what a year he's had. Strike 1. Ruby throwing strikes tonight. Correa, 277, is 21 home runs, leads all American League rookies. And he homered 3 times in the 3 games the Diamondbacks played at Houston earlier this summer, including one off of Ruby De La Rosa.
And this Astros team will run. They lead the American League in stolen bases. This was Carlos Correa back on July 31st into the Crawford boxes.
Yeah, Altuve, who struck out looking to open up the ball game, leads the American League with 38 steals. Springer has 15. Correa has 12. Off the fist, it dunks into right, a base hit. Springer stumbles around second, and he is back in time. But is he healthy? He was going full bore for third. Looks like he's fine. Stumbled over the second base bag.
Planted a little hard before he got to the bag at second, and then when he did make contact, he completely lost his balance, able to get back in on his belly ahead of the tag. That was a good pitch there by Ruby De La Rosa. Got right in Correa's kitchen, but just a little flare over the head of Paul Goldschmidt at first base for a base hit into right.
Yeah, Ruby has deserved a lot better fate here than first and second, 1 out for the cleanup man, Colby Rasmus. But he's got some work to do here. Rasmus 232. He's got 22 home runs. and into right. They will wave Springer. The throw from Socrates. Brito is not in time. And the Astros take a 1-0 lead. Did he get a glove on the foot? Let's see.
It looked like he possibly did get a tag on the leg or the foot. Right there. The question is, did Springer have his hand down on the plate as he went sliding by?
Laz Diaz in perfect position to make the call. No challenge from Chip Hale, so it's 1-0 Houston. Luis Valbuena. Valbuena 219. The 24 homers are a career high. So were the 54 RBIs. He homered in their win at Seattle on Wednesday. Ray, the runner at second, Rasmus at first. A run in for the Astros. Missed inside, ball one. Valbuena hot lately, 10 for his last 23 up there. He has found a home in Houston. He's been a handy guy for them after bouncing around the major leagues with Seattle, Cleveland, and the Cubs. Take a look at the lineup for A.J. Hinch and his Houston Astros in their biggest series maybe in a decade.
Jose Altuve at second base. George Springer out in right field. Carlos Correa at shortstop. Colby Rasmus out in center. Luis Valbuena at the plate right now. He'll be playing third base. Chris Carter at first. Preston Tucker in left. Jason Castro doing the catching, and Dallas Keuchel, the lefty, on the mound.
Well, Ruby working himself into a real mess here, behind on Valbuena, 3-0. And the very dangerous Chris Carter on deck. Desperately needs a ground ball right here. Four-pitch walk, loads him up.
Just a bad rhythm to the start of this game. Astros coming out aggressively against Ruby De La Rosa. So to combat that, he tries to be a little extra careful for Luis Valbuena. Ends up walking him to load the bases. And now a visit from Mike Harkey. Just needs to pick up the pace just a little bit.
Take a look at the Diamondbacks around Ruby De La Rosa, our mid-first bank starting defense.
Manny Tomas slides over to left field tonight with A.J. Pollock in center, Socrates Brito in right. It'll be Aaron Hill and Chris Owings on the left side of the infield, Phil Goslin and Paul Goldschmidt on the right side. Wellington Castillo doing the catching, and Ruby De La Rosa on the mound.
So here's big Chris Carter. And he is just crushing the ball right now. He's homered in 6 of his last 9 games. Base hit. Correa scores. They will wave Rasmus. The throw from Tomas is offline, and it's 3-0 Houston.
Middle of the plate fastball.
Preston Tucker.
Carter with a hard grounder through that left side. Aaron Hill doesn't even react to it. Didn't even move to his left. Not sure if he didn't see the ball off the bat or it was just hit that hard. He didn't feel he had a play, and then Tomas's throw to the plate is way offline. to stop the bleeding here. You know the Diamondbacks offense will give him a chance to get back into this ball game, but get out of this first inning.
Preston Tucker getting the start in left field. No Evan Gattis for A.J. Hinch. Eloso Blanco on the bench with no DH in the National League Park. Tucker 246. He's got 13 home runs. It's gone error, single, single, walk, single. Quickly 3-0 Astros. Here's a bouncer to second. Goss will have to settle for just the one out, and the runners move up.
Catcher number 15, Jason Castro.
First base open. The pitcher Dallas Keuchel on deck. And here's the number 8 hitter, the catcher Jason Castro. He homered in Houston off Ruby De La Rosa earlier this year.
Playing against an American League team, that guy hitting in the 9 spot is going to have to prove to me he can do something with the bat. No upside to pitching to Jason Castro right here.
Astros begin tonight holding on to that second American League wild card spot. They are one game ahead of the Angels and the Twins with only 3 to play. Right now the Twins hosting the Royals, tied 1-1 at Minnesota. Angels at Texas, that also tied up 1-1. So it's bases full, 2 down for Dallas Keuchel, the 9th man to hit in the Houston first.
Dallas Keuchel.
Here's a look at the American League wild card. Yankees already in. There's a strike, 0-1. Small sample size for Dallas Keuchel.
Yeah. Probably just the way he likes it.
I bet. Can't be easy to hit with that beard. And there's the strikeout he needed. But the Astros send 9 to the plate, 3 score. Diamondbacks coming up. Arizona Ford, starting pitcher for the Astros. He's 27-year-old left-hander Dallas Keuchel, the All-Star Game starter for the American League this year. He opens the biggest series the Astros franchise has played in the last 10 years. Here's assistant hitting coach Mark Grace.
He likes to sink the ball down and away from the right-hander. He gets a lot of ground balls, occasionally pop one on the inside, and throw his changeup off of it. He's he's not going to light up the radar gun. He doesn't he doesn't throw really hard like we see some guys. But the reason he's so successful is because he rarely throws anything in the middle of the plate.
Dallas Keuchel leads the American League in victories and WHIP. He is second only to David Price for the AL ERA lead. No pitcher in the American League has thrown more innings than Dallas Keuchel this year.
And you heard the description from Mark Grace. Not a hard thrower. He just tries to sink that ball on the outside corner, keep it down, get a lot of grounders. He'll throw a cut fastball on occasion, a high four-seamer. He does have a slider and a changeup, but if he's locating that fastball, you're going to need to climb up on the plate and take it away from him. Shoot that ball to the opposite field. He doesn't throw hard enough to blow it by you on the inside part of the plate. So get right up on that dish and take the outside corner away.
A lot of ground balls, a lot of strikeouts. A.J. Pollock leads it off, and he rolls it into center, a base hit. Leadoff man aboard for the Diamondbacks.
It was funny. I was talking to A.J. before the ball game today, and about whether he prefer leading off or the three-hole in the lineup. And he said it doesn't make as much difference this year. He said last year when he was in the leadoff spot, he felt like he had to see a lot of pitches, try to work a walk. It took away some of his aggressiveness. But this year, Chip has told him that whether you're hitting one or three, be the same hitter. If you like the first pitch, go ahead and attack it.
Well, he's at first with 38 stolen bases on the year. Phil Gosselin back in there tonight at second. Valbuena creeping in from third. There's strike one. Gosselin acquired from Atlanta. In mid-season 309, he's got 3 homers. Down 0-2. Gosselin a pair of hits in each of his last 2 games. He's hit safely in 3 straight. Right at the knees. Gosselin tripled in Wednesday's win over Colorado. Homered last night to complete the sweep of the Rockies. It went over the fence, but was ruled an inside the park home run.
I like the fact that Gosselin didn't assume anything. He just kept running as hard as he could with his head down. Ball was laying out on the warning track by the time Rafael Ynoa picked it up. Gosselin was already on the plate anyway.
Bounced off the arm of a D-back fan and back out onto the field. This was Gosselin's home run last night. The signal on the field was in play as if it had gone off the wall, but it goes off the arm of the fan in red out there. And clearly over the yellow line, but still scored as an inside the park homer. A ball and 2 strikes. A fly ball. George Springer along the right field line, one away. A lineup for Chip Hale's Diamondbacks against the left-hander Dallas Keuchel.
A.J. Pollock once again in the leadoff spot out in center field. Phil Gosselin at second base. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Aaron Hill cleaning up, playing third. Wellington Castillo doing the catching. Yasmani Tomas in left field. Chris Owings at short. Socrates Brito in right, and Ruby De La Rosa on the mound.
No David Peralta, no Ender Inciarte. David injured his wrist last night. Ender still a little banged up after taking the last 2 games of the Rockies series off. Here's Goldie. 5th in the National League, got a .317 batting average. 2nd in RBIs and 3rd in OPS. And Goldie's first inning at bats, usually his most dangerous of the ball game. He's hitting .368 in the first inning this year, including 9 home runs. 1/3 of his RBIs have come in the first inning. 1-1. Big hole on the right-hand side of the infield for Goldie. Altuve, the second baseman, almost directly behind the bag. AJ holding. There's a strike. 1-2.
And keep an eye on Keuchel's deliveries and how many times he is either right on that outside corner of the plate to a right-handed hitter or a little farther off of the outside corner. We heard Gracie talk about it. We've seen Keuchel this year. I've seen him pitch several times on television, and it's a little bit like Tom Glavine. He's just going to work that outside corner over and over and over again. Every now and then he'll cut one in on the hands of a right-hander just to keep him honest. But he's going to live on that outside corner at the knees.
That's how he gets so many ground balls. He is the best ground ball pitcher in the American League, Dallas Keuchel, a ground ball rate of better than 62%. 1-2 on Goldie. Got him. First strikeout for Keuchel, 2 down. Look at the Astros around Dallas Keuchel, our mid-first bank, starting defense for Houston.
Preston Tucker out in left field. Colby Rasmussen center. George Springer in right field. Luis Valbuena will be at the hot corner at third. Carlos Correa, one of the best looking young players in the game, will be at shortstop. Watch him flash some leather. Jose Altuve at second base. Chris Carter at first. Jason Castro doing the catching for lefty Dallas Keuchel.
Aaron Hill to start at third base tonight. He drops that one foul. And our Golden Glover down there is right on top of it, John Kladnick. Nobody moves in a pair of khakis like John. And down the left field line working tonight. Oh, well, hang on there. There you go.
He was making the exchange.
That's right. Lost it on the transfer. There's Mike Podsiadlik. Podsiadlik in left. Looks like he just got some new shoes.
Those playoff shoes.
1-1. Aaron hitting .229. He's got 6 homers. Trying to get a right-hand bat in there at third base against the lefty Keuchel. Jake Lamb sits. Aaron Hill gets the start over the rookie Brandon Drury. Fly ball right center field. Rasmus tracks it down. Keuchel strands the leadoff single. He's got a 3-0 lead. Chase Field, downtown Phoenix. D-backs trail the Astros 3-0. We are excited to introduce the new Diet Pepsi. Same crisp and refreshing flavor you love. Now aspartame free. Pick up some today at your local retailer. It's the new Diet Pepsi. Astros with 3 in the first against Ruby De La Rosa. And Jose Altuve, who led off the ball game with a strikeout, leads off the second. Altuve is one of these guys that he's got a whole thing there. He's got a routine going. And the highlight is when he takes off his helmet after every pitch. We'll have to wait on that. First pitch rolled to shortstop. CO throws him out. Quickly one down.
Right fielder, George Springer.
One away for George Springer. He was a teammate at UConn of Nick Ahmed's.
How about that?
They had a great team, that UConn ball club, for the Huskies. They had Nick Ahmed, they had George Springer, they had Mike Olt, Matt Barnes, the Red Sox pitcher, on that team as well. Strike one. Springer reached on an error and scored in his first plate appearance. Springer had a breakthrough rookie season last year, hit 20 homers, brought a lot of excitement to the Astros. But this year was hit by a pitch on July 1st, a right wrist fracture. And he was out for a while. Drives this one deep to center. It backs up AJ. Left it right off the wall, but he'll watch it go. George Springer, his 16th, and it's 4-0 Houston. And that's why they're so excited to get him back in the lineup. Missed more than 50 games, finally came back from the wrist injury first week of September, and he has been red hot ever since.
Yeah, they don't have enough home run hitters in the lineup. That was a slider down and out over the plate, not a horrible pitch. Astros have 11 guys in double digits in home runs this year, including George Springer with that blast to straightaway center.
Carlos Correa singled and scored his first time up. And Springer was a big loss for the Astros all through July and August. But clearly healthy and swinging a hot bat right now as they head into October.
Looks like your hair.
Exactly. Copycat. I couldn't pull off the designs, the swooshes in the side. The wave, the pattern.
I definitely couldn't pull off the top part.
1-2 on Correa. Well, what a year this kid has had. He's only 21 years old. Just turned 21 about 10 days ago. And maybe the American League Rookie of the Year. 21 homers. He's already broken Dickie Thon's Astros record for home runs by a shortstop in a single season. And he has tied Lance Berkman's club record for home runs by a rookie. With 3 games to go here. This is upstairs, 2-2.
There's a lot of offensive weapons in this Astros lineup, but as you said, the kid just turned 21 years old. 21 homers, 74 driven in your rookie season. That's 74 Ks, excuse me. Compared to the other guys, he's a contact hitter.
Oh. Late time granted by Laz Diaz. He's a big kid too, 6'4", well over 200 pounds. Kind of the new blueprint of shortstops. You go back to Cal Ripken, Tulo, Ian Desmond, Corey Seager, who we just saw. Correa strikes out. 3 strikeouts for Ruby, 2 down in the second.
Center fielder, Colby Rasmus.
Not quite.
Yeah, I'm not sure you could pull that one off either.
No. Go to the wig store like that guy did.
RBI single. He scored his first time up, Colby Rasmus.
But that would be my seat. You know, if I was a fan, bought a ticket, I would be behind that guy, guaranteed.
Diamondbacks have the overshift on the right-hand side for Rasmus. Ruby trying to work away. Falls behind 2-1. Got Aaron Hill, the third baseman, right next to second base umpire Corey Blazer. Three and one. Ruby's already walked 2, 1 intentionally. Went to 3-2 on Correa. Now with 3-ball count to Rasmus with 2 outs. .40 pitches, 23 strikes. Lost him.
Third baseman, Luis Valbuena.
Carlos Correa thought he was the third out of the inning when he punched out against Ruby De La Rosa. His teammates giving him a hard time.
Well, that walk back to the dugout got a little longer.
Yes, it did.
Here's Valbuena. Diamondbacks will keep the shift on. Shoots it the other way. Yasmani Tomas near the line, and it drops in. And it rolls away. Here comes Rasmus, and he will score. Nothing.
Yasmani just took his eye off the ball, hit off the webbing of the glove, and then kicked it farther away. Chris Owens eventually has to come over and pick up the baseball, and heads up base running by Colby Rasmus that time. Comes all the way around and scores as the D-backs were kicking it around out there in foul territory.
Valbuena makes it into second base. They scored a double E7, allows the runner to come all the way in with the 5th Astros run. And here's Carter, a 2-run single in his first at bat.
One thing, when you play good teams, you cannot make mistakes. You can't beat yourself. Make them play a perfect game to beat you, but you can't give them extra opportunities. You can't give them 90 feet they shouldn't get on the bases. Especially this team. They've got a lot of thunder in this lineup. Guys that can hurt you with one swing of the bat, and base on balls and physical errors will get you every time.
Josh Colmenter, who was the Diamondbacks opening day starter, warming up at the Sanderson Ford bullpen. No RBI for Valbuena. Rasmus scores on the E7. That one's in there for a strike, and it's 1-2. Can usually get Chris Carter to chase. He strikes out a lot, about 33% of the time he's up there. He's among the league leaders in strikeouts. Laid off that one that time. 2-2 now. It's the third 3-2 count of this inning for Ruby De La Rosa.
As you might sense by his build and the swings that we've seen Chris Carter take already in this ball game, he's a feast or famine guy. Going back to the beginning of the 2013 season, he's 8th in home runs in the majors. He's 2nd in most strikeouts.
He went as Diaz rings him up regardless. 4 strikeouts for Ruby, and Strands foul played him, but the Astros get 2 more. They lead it 5-0.
That we're hoping he gets himself in good shape and comes back in February ready to go, not have to worry about conditioning like that's a big man, and big men like to eat, and so he's got to make sure he comes in good shape. If he does that, I think we're going to see a lot more of that really good athlete that's in there.
Jody Jackson back with you. Yasmani Tomas, yes, wrapping up his first season in the majors, first season in this country, frankly, so it has been a transition. I asked Chip Hale exactly how much weight the D-backs are looking for him to lose. He said, yes, there's a number. We'll talk to him about that, of course, before he leaves. But he's going to stay here in Arizona. His wife is expecting in November. He'll work out with team trainer Nate Shaw, and he'll work on his defense in spring training, guys, and his mechanics at the plate. This is a guy that was batting around .330 in May, so he's a guy that can hit for average. They're hoping next year, of course, improved defense and maybe a little more power.
Well, Wellington Castillo comes up to lead off the inning. Here's Valbuena who throws him out. Now Tomas's spot is due up right here, but Brandon Drury, the rookie, is coming out on deck. And so perhaps, and at this point we can only guess, Chip Hale was less than thrilled by Yasmani's effort defensively, and he has pulled him from the ball game.
Certainly could be that, could be an injury. I'm not quite sure the reason for this, but Drury will take the at bat in Yasmani Tomas's place right here. You see him coming in. That happens. The physical errors happen. I think this was the lack of effort that you spoke about. He was very slow getting after the ball. Chris Owings had to eventually come out, pick it up, had no chance to throw out Rasmus at the plate.
So here is the rookie Brandon Drury hitting for Yasmani Tomas in Tomas's first schedule at bat of the ball game. He's in there at .235. He's got 2 homers and 8 RBIs. Dallas Keuchel with a 5-0 lead. Boy, that one is hit a mile foul.
Wow.
3/4 of the way up the top deck.
Behind the third base dugout. That gentleman never expected to get a foul ball in that area. Look at that.
That is an impressive major league foul ball right there.
2-1.
So all the fans up there, we got a lot of youngsters with us here tonight. 4,000 Arizona educators, students, and their families all joining us for today's second annual Science of Baseball night. Saw all the kiddies up there. It's a great program, D-backs Science of Baseball. It uses fun and exciting curriculum to engage elementary and middle school students. They use science, or I should say they teach science through baseball. Technology, engineering, mathematics. 2-2 on Brandon Drury. Here they are. To date, 140 schools have participated in the program, teaching students the application of math and science while they score the game, do things like measure the strike zone, the geometry of the field, biomechanics, reaction time, a whole bunch of baseball fundamentals. It's the D-backs Science of Baseball program. 3-2. Hard to short. Correa. Another ground ball out for Dallas Keuchel. He's the best in the American League at that. 2 outs.
Shortstop, number 16, Chris Owings.
Talking about baseball and science, I've referred to this book in the past, of the physics of baseball. Robert K. Adair, Sterling professor. It's amazing. A lot of it is way over my head. I mean, some of it is very technical, very mathematical, but they talk about corked bats. They talk about curve balls and the spin on the ball, what makes it break. They talk about launch angle off the bat, a lot of the things that we're seeing on StatCast now.
Yeah.
It's an interesting read. A couple of the chapters I had to kind of skip over.
Just cut to the end.
Yeah, the formulas were way too long. Keep it simple.
Stay within yourself.
That's right. Know your limitations.
0-2 on Chris Owings. Doubled and walked in last night's win over the Rockies. CO at 232. He's got 4 homers. So the Gold Glove emblem. Thank you. Emblem. On Dallas Keuchel's glove there. Former Gold Glove winner. Very good at fielding his position. Jeremy Hellickson, a Gold Glover for the Diamondbacks, has that same gold logo there in the glove. You get to have one of those the rest of your career if you win a Gold Glove. It's a swing and bunt that rolls foul. Go.
That's nice.
D-backs Science of Baseball right there.
A robot pitching machine. I like that.
2-2. Full count. Socrates, Brito on deck. Bounced it in the dirt. That ends a stretch of 5 straight retired by Keuchel. A 2-out walk brings up Brito.
Right fielder, number 68, Socrates Brito.
This is a very exciting young player, Socrates Brito, hitting .429 through his first 15 big league games. He has hit safely in 4 straight, including his first extra base hits in the big leagues, 2 doubles and a triple, and 3 hits last night in the win over the Rockies. Doesn't roll far enough away from Castro. Owens will stay put at first.
I was talking to Mark Grace about Socrates Brito before the ball game, and he said when I had him, he was just a skinny little kid. He said he's a man now. He's put on about 25 pounds of muscle. Can still run like the wind, as he demonstrated on that triple last night.
Just turned 23 years old last month. You saw Jamie Romack is out in the on-deck circle. Romack will hit for Ruby De La Rosa. Josh Colementer's been warming up in the bullpen, so Chip Hale quickly reacting to that 5-0 deficit and making some changes here in the second inning. That's a fair ball out in front of the plate. And that'll wrap it up. Diamondbacks GM Dave Stewart will join us in the booth here. We head to the third. It's 5-0 Houston.
Check out BBTV as we go down on the farm with the Arizona.
Hill moves from third base to second. Brandon Drury takes over at third for Aaron Hill, and Phil Gosselin, who was at second base, takes over for Tomas.
Defensive changes for the
He left, and we are very pleased to be joined in our Diamondbacks TV booth by the GM, Dave Stewart. It's been an eventful couple of innings here. Your thoughts?
Not good.
Well, that reset button.
Yeah.
Not good. We didn't get off to a good start. That first inning was not a very good inning for us, and then he followed up with a not so good second inning. We're looking at 5 runs being down to Keuchel, who is going for his 20th win.
Yeah, you know a little something about that, 20-win seasons.
I was able to put together a few.
More than that. Let's start with Ruby here, Stu. We've watched him have his what we call Ruby moments over the course of the season. Much more good than bad, certainly. But it looked like somewhere in that first inning, maybe he had a Ruby moment where the compass needs to be reset a bit.
He's been struggling. I'd say more times than not this year. After he gets 2 outs, and he's going to have to find a way to settle in and get that 3rd out. Whether it's you keep the same frame of mind that you're getting 1 out at a time, and you go 1 out, 1 out, 1 out. But you can't have a letdown with 2 outs thinking that the inning is over until you get that 3rd out.
Preston Tucker leads it off for the Astros, a 2-2 count now. How would you say Ruby has done in terms of looking toward 2016 and beyond as a piece of this rotation moving forward?
I've really enjoyed Ruby De La Rosa the second half of the season. I think the first half of the season he was finding out about himself and figuring it out. The do's and the don'ts of being a starting pitcher on a regular basis. I thought he put together a real good second half. He's been very, very dependable for us. You know, he's had some tough outings, mostly against the Dodgers, as you guys will know. But I think he's pitched pretty good against the rest of the league, and we're looking for him to be a part of the top end of our rotation next year.
2-2 on Tucker. That one's headed for the corner, but foul. Well, I mean, Stu, it's been a nice run here. You've won 10 of the last 15. You're back within 3 of 500 with only 3 to play. It's shaping up, regardless of what's happened here tonight so far, to be a nice finish for 2015.
These guys have played well. They've played really, really well. I think that they've played bigger than most expected. They certainly have played to my expectations. I thought that we'd win more games than we have, to be quite honest. Tony expected us to have a winning season, but you know, I've said it. We're a young team, and maturity does play a big part in the overall look of our team.
That one almost caught Ruby as Tucker bangs it into center. A leadoff single.
And, you know, so going into next year, I think that this year of experience, especially for our young starting pitchers, but more importantly for our young team, is going to prove favorable in the 2016 season.
I'll tell you, Stu, personally, I think it's really impressive the way this team has stayed together, because as you know in the past, sometimes when you have a team that's rolling offensively and you have 4 guys in the top 10 and hitting and stealing bases and doing all these things but still not winning games, sometimes fingers start to get pointed. You know?
Well, I think that, you know, as a whole, the group down there, the only fingers that they point at are themselves, and they push themselves to do more and more each and every ball game. They play hard every ball game. You watch these kids run the bases hard. I think we're amongst league leaders in defense, offense. We've got some things that we can be very, very proud of, that they can be proud of. They've gone out there, they've done the work. The coaching staff has done a great job with keeping these guys inspired to play every day. It's been, in my opinion, it's been a real promising season.
You've had a couple of players to get to elite status in this league. Goldie was already there. Now AJ is there as well. The numbers certainly say that. We see that every day. Has AJ Pollock become for you an elite player in the major leagues?
He definitely is, and I've always saw him to be that. There were a lot of ball clubs that called seeking his services this offseason, and he's been a guy that we've been really resistant to talk about. He is a big piece of our ball club, as is Goldie, and then you're starting to see a real good combination of guys in that outfield with Inciardi and Peralta as well. I really strongly believe that, you know, though we do have Goldie and AJ as big pieces for our team, the key to this whole thing is that they all work well together.
And what a season it's been for David Peralta, especially that second half. I mean, he's got the second best average in the league since the All-Star break. He's right up there with Joey Votto. He's been that good a year for him.
I mean, he's a guy that gets it all stirring down there. He's taken on some leadership role, not just in that dugout, but in our clubhouse. He's a guy that, as you see, he plays the game hard. He's running in the walls out there. He's diving for balls. He runs the bases hard. He's had some clutch hits. We found a guy that we believe is going to be a big piece for us hitting behind Goldie, and he gives our offense some validity.
Yeah, especially from that left-hand side, which is nice. You've had a chance here, Stu, over the last several weeks to get a look at some of the young guys. Brandon Drury is a good example. Do you have a better idea organizationally of where some of these young guys fit in moving forward?
Well, I can tell you this. You know, Brandon Drury is knocking on the door. He's a big talent for us. He's a young man that, you know, we can play him at second, we can play him at third. He's very athletic. He's a baseball player. He studies, he eats, he sleeps baseball. And this kid aspires to be one of the great players in the game. He works out in the off season with Tulowitzki and Arenado. Those are two good guys to have, you know, in your corner, teaching you how to play the game and teaching you the habits and how to play the game. He's going to be a great young baseball player real soon.
Fans look at guys like, well, Socrates Brito, but mostly in the infield, you've got Jake Lamb, you've got Brandon Drury, you drafted Dansby Swanson, you've got guys like Reinheimer and Leyba in the minor league system. There's a surplus, it would seem, of infielders. Is that a position of strength from which you can maybe have some conversations in the offseason?
Well, I mean, one of the things that we wanted to do organizationally in our draft, as well as through trades, is to build our minor league system to a place where we would have some depth, where we would have players, if we needed to use in a trade, we'd have that depth that we could move a player or two. Even more importantly, we feel that we're going to compete in the upcoming year in 2016. If we've got guys that for some reason don't stay healthy for us, we're going to need to have guys that we can call from our minor league system that come to our big league club, that give us an opportunity to continue to play at a high level.
Well, really good at bat there by the catcher, Jason Castro. That's the 4th walk issued by Ruby. One of them was intentional. But so the Astros already up 5-0, have 2 on and nobody out to open up the 3rd. And here's Mike Harkey. And Stites now throwing in the Sanderson Ford bullpen. Josh Colmenter was up earlier.
You mentioned the versatility, and we've seen it here in this ball game already. Aaron Hill started at 3rd. He's at 2nd base now. Drury started on the bench. He's now at 3rd base. Goslin moved from 2nd base out to left field. Is that something you envision continuing moving forward, or are you a guy that kind of likes an everyday set 8-guy line?
I do like the idea of versatility. The baseball teams that I played on with Tony, we had a lot of versatility. Tony Phillips, Mike Gallego, we were able to move those guys around, and it gave us an extra piece when we played baseball teams, other teams. I think it gave us an edge. Now, at some point, you've got your cornerstones. You've got the guys that you go out and you know this is where they're going to play every day. Jake Lamb is going to be a 3rd baseman. It is great to have CO in a position where we can play him at shortstop and play him at 2nd base. When you have versatility, it gives you an opportunity, and I really believe that it does give you an edge on other teams.
How much, Stu, do you think that everything that Chris Owings went through last year with the shoulder injury, didn't have the surgery actually for the labrum until October, the nothing in the wintertime, very late spring training, has really played from behind in a sense? How much do you think the shoulder injury last year affected what we've seen from Chris Owings this year?
Well, having the experience last year as an agent, and Matt Kemp being my client.
He went through a very serious
shoulder problem. It pretty much plagued him for a whole season. He showed signs of brilliance at times, but for the better part, he did not become the player that he's capable of being until the following year. And so, I knew coming into the season that we might have some residual effects from the surgery with CO. He has not hit the ball as he's capable. We know that. He's been brilliant defensively, and we're expecting him to have a bounce-back season offensively in 2016.
Yeah, you're right. The offensive struggles have not affected the defense at all, either at 2nd or short. He's been terrific out there.
He's been a tremendous player. He's been a great guy in the clubhouse. He's a great teammate. And you like a player when they're not playing up to par defensively, offensively, to go out and steal some hits defensively, and he's done that.
All right, so Jose Altuve, 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. Altuve 0 for 2 so far. How would you pitch to a guy like this? He's 5'6", on his tiptoes.
Bowl it.
And all he does is hit the ball. It's amazing.
He's a great young hitter, and I guess if there's going to be a likeness, Joe Morgan was not tall in stature.
Yeah, that's a good call.
And you have to be real careful with guys where you've got a small strike zone. Make sure that you execute your pitches. Otherwise, you're going to have a guy like this. I mean, he's hitting 300 again this year. Last year he had over 200 hits. I believe the year before he had over 200 hits. When you've got a small strike zone, you've got to execute your pitches.
1-1. Ruby really laboring here, already at 70 pitches. Is there value, Stu, for the Diamondbacks to play in this series against this team this weekend to end the season with as close to a playoff atmosphere as we'll get this year?
I think that is the value when you get into situations like this. I mean, we've been playing to get to 500. We needed to win the last 7 games of our season. We went in and we did a good job against Colorado. We're facing 3 games to get to 500. That is our playoff. This is the playoff situation. So, if we don't win game 1, then we still got to continue to play. We've got to continue to play hard.
Well, Preston Tucker comes in on the fly ball by Altuve, and the Astros tack on another run. They have a 6-0 lead.
One of the things that Tony was really good at, he and Dave Duncan with me, is they always gave me something to reach for. They always told me to look at the matchups with Clemens, the Jack Morrises, Petries, the Finleys, the Violas. They told me to use those opportunities as practice for when you have to pitch in the big games and in the playoffs. Don't make those games just games that you're playing during the season, but practice. Use these games as practice for when you're going to have the big games.
George Springer, a high fly ball to right center. AJ's got it. And that's the end of the third. The Astros tack on one more. They have a 6-0 lead. The GM of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Dave Stewart. Stu, thanks so much. We appreciate it. Thanks for everything all year.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Rosa and Bob, it didn't go great.
No, it did not. The Astros, like a lot of teams this year, against all the Diamondbacks starting rotation. That ambush inning in the first, coming out attacking that first fastball they see close to the strike zone, and unfortunately Ruby obliged by throwing some very hittable fastballs early. And see Wellington Castillo doing his job. That's as important as anything you do behind the plate or at the plate. How do you handle a pitcher when he's struggling? And Wellington was talking about it earlier today. He says he feels like a psychiatrist.
Jamie Romack will hit for Ruby De La Rosa. So Ruby's night is over.
I mean, you think about Wellington coming over to the Diamondbacks. First thing he had to learn was, what do these guys throw?
Yeah.
And then once you figure that out, how's the best way to attack an opposing lineup? And then once you figure that out, now how do I get the best out of this guy every time he takes the ball? Is he a guy I need to pat on the back? Is he a guy I need to challenge?
Down the right field line, that is a fair ball. Jamie Romack will take the turn. Springer plays it in the corner, and Romack is in at second. Second hit for the Diamondbacks against Dallas Keuchel. Jamie Romack in there. A pinch double.
chance to watch Jamie Romack take batting practice today. He was drawing some oohs and ahs from Turner Ward and Mark Grace. Quick swing from that right side of the plate. Gets the barrel to the ball in a hurry, and that time drives it down into the corner for a leadoff double.
Top of the order now, A.J. Pollock, who singled in his first at bat. See if the Diamondbacks can just start chipping away against Keuchel here. Down 6-0 in the third. A.J. a home run shy of a 2020 season. He's got 3 homers and 11 RBIs in his last 15 games. Now here's a thought with the score 6-0, and at this point it's all about the score. And I'm sure A.J. Hinch in the Astros dugout is pondering this right now. Keuchel was set up to pitch this game on regular rest. That would also put him in position to pitch Tuesday, if they're in the wild card game, on 3 days rest, short rest. A.J. Hinch has done a really good job of lining up his rotation. There was a lot of thought, he said, how to map it out. Keuchel's last 4 starts have come against their division rivals, 2 against the Angels and 2 against the Rangers. And he's lined up to pitch the opener of this big series here tonight. But with a 6-0 lead, knowing Tuesday will be on short rest, do you pull him a little early here?
I think it depends on how much confidence you have in that bullpen, and the bullpen's been very good for A.J. Hinch this year. I think absolutely you have to think about pulling the plug early. I mean, you'd like to get him through 5 innings to get him his 20th victory of the season if possible, but you know, if the Astros would happen to tack on a few more runs, I don't even think the 20th win goes out the window in favor of starting that game on Tuesday.
An interesting call. Here's A.J. Hinch on the right, Trey Hillman, the bench coach, on the left.
Well, apparently A.J. Hinch was asked that question in his media session before the ball game.
Right to Altuve, and Romack is doubled off. It's been that kind of a night for the boys in Sedona Red.
Better than that, unfortunately, right in Altuve's tracks out there at second base. And wins that foot race to the bag, just getting there ahead of Jamie Romack.
A big hang with him, 2 down now for Phil Gosselin. The Astros has still not named a Sunday starter. There's a chance, it's very likely it'll be McCullers. But that is not official. A lot depends on how badly they need that Sunday game. Jeremy Hellickson and Colin McHugh tomorrow. Robbie Ray starts Sunday for the Diamondbacks. 0-2 on Gosselin. For the Astros, they were leading the American League West for 139 days. But they come into tonight 3 back of Texas in the division with 3 to play. And that got Gosselin. So we are watching the scoreboard with the Astros holding a 1-game lead for that second wild card spot over both the Angels and the Twins. That one just nicked Gosselin.
First baseman.
Right now the Angels have just taken a 2-1 lead at Texas. That's in the 9th inning. And in the meantime, Minnesota at home trails in the 9th, 3-1 against Kansas City. A 2-out base runner for Goldie, who struck out in his first at bat.
Take a look at our Valley Honda keys to the ball game throughout this final homestand of the season. We've been encouraging the Diamondbacks players, especially offensively, get your numbers. A.J. Pollock needs 1 homer for 20, 2 stolen bases for 40. And Dallas Keuchel, I believe it was on Twitter or one of the social media platforms, speculated about perhaps clinching here at Chase Field and jumping in the pool. So lifeguards are on duty.
You got your people down there?
Yeah, we got some people.
There it is, the RamTrucks.com pool area. D-backs only, please. Well, the Astros all year long after every win have had Club Astro, which is the disco that they set up in their clubhouse with lights and a smoke machine and everything. So imagine if they finally do clinch a playoff spot. Club Astro, that'll be hopping. Hopefully inside the clubhouse. But they're not dead yet in terms of the division. 3 back with 3 to play. Texas right now losing in the 9th. Goldie knocks it into right, a base hit.
Second baseman, Aaron Hill.
Breaking ball away, stayed right on it. Nice job by Goldie that time. That's the right approach against Dallas Keuchel. I mentioned it before the Diamondbacks took their first at bats. He's going to try to work almost exclusively away. Occasionally that slider will work its way down and into a righty. Occasionally he'll throw a cut fastball inside to a righty, but mostly going to be away, 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 away.
Gosselin at second, Goldie at first. 2 down for Aaron Hill. Aaron flying out to center his first time up. Dallas Keuchel has been literally unbeatable at home this year. That success, however, has not translated to the road. He is 15-0 pitching in Houston this season. His ERA at Minute Maid Park is under 1.5. But on the road it jumps up near 4. I mean, look at this dramatic difference. 15-0 at home. 4-8 away from home, and look at the difference in the ERA.
And that home record to me speaks to the fact that he pitches away, 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 because we know about the short porch in left, the Crawford boxes, and usually left-handed pitchers have issues pitching in that ballpark, but not Dallas Keuchel, because he doesn't let guys hit balls to the left field.
He became the first pitcher in baseball history to win at least 15 home games in a season without a loss. Talk about an ace. On the road, though, different story. Astros have won just 6 of his 14 road starts this year. But that trend has not continued here tonight with a comfy 6-0 lead in the 3rd. And he's at 50 pitches. Windmilling Goldie around from 3rd after Tucker appeared to have an issue with the left field corner. Castro looks like he got the tag on the hip. Diamondbacks get 1, though. It's a 6-1 ball game through 3. part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. At the ballpark on a Friday night, Diamondbacks trail the Astros 6-1 as we are set for the start of the fourth inning here. And the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks on in relief of Ruby De La Rosa, it's Josh Comenter. A terrific throw there by Carlos Correa to get Goldie at home. 43rd appearance for Josh Comenter, and Correa will lead off the Houston fourth. Andy Green gambled a bit there at third base. Would have had second and third. Down 6-1. Correa drives it deep to left center field. That ball is way out there. Carlos Correa. That's his 22nd, and it's 7-1 Houston. And he just broke Lance Berkman's Astros record for home runs by a rookie.
It was a great defensive play to get out of the bottom half of the last inning, and then goes down and golfs a low pitch from Josh Comenter way out of here. I mean, A.J. Pollock just gave that a cursory look, jogged a couple of steps over toward the gap, and then watched it sail up there near the camera position.
Colby Rasmus. Carlos Correa has played 4 games against the Diamondbacks this year and hit 4 home runs. Rasmus has singled, walked, and scored twice. He's got an RBI. Fly ball, Socrates Brito. You're right. 1 down to the fourth. And the Angels have just won at Texas, so the Astros' hopes of an AL West title are still alive. And Anaheim, in the meantime, puts more pressure on Houston in terms of that wild card spot. They're back within a half game now. The Twins right now, 9th inning at home, trail Kansas City 3-1. Luis Valbuena has walked and singled. It's a fair ball. Goldie's got it. Talk about that play at the plate on which Goldie was thrown out. This is a terrific relay, Bob, by Carlos Correa, the shortstop.
Yeah, Preston Tucker out there in left field gets the ball in good shape. He makes a good, accurate throw to the shortstop, and then Correa just unleashes a rocket to home plate right on the money. It's an aggressive send by Andy Green, no question about it. You're banking on the fact that one or the other of those throws is going to be a little bit offline and slow the play down enough to give Goldie a chance to score, but that time the Astros were right on it.
Chris Carter. Carter, a 2-run single in the first. He struck out his last 10. Chris Carter at the end of August was hitting a .182 for the year. He'd only hit 3 homers since the All-Star break. He was striking out a bunch. A.J. Hinch put him on the bench, and there he sat, playing sporadically at best. But he's gotten back in the lineup here the last couple of weeks of September and really been a big man for Houston. He flies out to end the fourth. Correa homers. It's 7-1 Astros.
To pack forever. You know, we may never go back to Houston. We might just play road games from here on out because we're a hot road team. We've won 2 out of 3, which is rare for us this year. But we had so many different scenarios. We told them about 12 days, which would be if things just went haywire and we had to be on the road for 4 or 5 days after the season.
Jody Jackson back at Chase Field. A.J. Hinch telling his guys, pack for at least 12 days. Bring your passports, too, because Toronto is in play as a possible opponent. So trying to prepare his team. I also was in the clubhouse earlier today. Oliver Perez, of course, the former Diamondback, traded over to Houston earlier this year. I said, look, is this a team right now that's feeling the pressure? Are you trying to play loose and just excited about this chance? And he really said, and he's as a veteran, he seemed just more excited and grateful for the opportunity. But, of course, this team, you can't help but feel a little pressure in the situation they're in.
Beef Wellington leads off the Diamondback fourth. Well, especially, Jody, on the road. The Astros, as A.J. Hinch sort of joked about a moment ago, they are only 11-29 on the road since the 4th of July.
After the season, they're 16 games under 500 on the road, 25 over at their home ballpark.
It's been a real issue for them, but they come into town here having won 2 of 3 in Seattle. There's Oliver Perez, the former Diamondback lefty. Brandon Drury. I look at the trade of Oliver Perez, Bob, and we talked about the Diamondbacks hoping to be over 500, still have a shot to at least get to 500, finish the year, but they have really missed Ollie down the stretch here. When you think about the bullpen and some of the games that got away late, he's a guy that got some big outs, and when they traded him, which was part of the process, it's a bigger picture after all, but at least for this year, that's a big loss back there.
No question about it. I mean, a veteran guy that knows his role. He knows the hitters that he's most likely to face late in the ball game. Never shied away, never refused to take the ball.
We'll play ball here. Correa out to that. And roll it. And of course, Addison Reed went to the Mets as well. He's pitched very well for the Mets. These are a couple of veteran big league relievers that they've had to work without in their bullpen the last couple of months. And it's been up to the rookies, really, to get those outs. All part of the learning curve. 2 down now for Chris Owings.
Double plays have hurt the last couple of innings. The Diamondbacks starting to make some noise against Keuchel. Solid contact, taking advantage of a hit by pitch back in that 3rd inning, but the line drive double play off the bat of A.J. Pollock, and then the ground ball double play right there by Brandon Drury. Take some of the air out of some of the wind out of your sails.
Well, that ground ball, as we've mentioned, certainly a big weapon for Dallas Keuchel. He is a nasty combination of strikeouts and ground balls. He's 6th in the American League, 213 strikeouts coming into tonight. And he's also the best ground ball pitcher in the American League. That's a pretty good combination.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks victory, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
2-2 on Chris Owings. CO walked his first time up. Swing and a miss. Eichel gets the strikeout. We are through 4 at Chase Field. D-backs trail at 7-1. Regular season is here. The Angels fight for a playoff spot against the AL West leading Rangers, or the Royals fight to secure the league's best record against the Twins, who are still in the wild card picture. So some big games coming up here. It starts tomorrow, 12:30 on Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Check your local listings for the game in your area. The Twins just lost at home 3-1 to Kansas City. Angels have beaten Texas 2-1. So there's good news and bad news in there for A.J. Hinch. Rangers lost, that's great. Angels won, that's not great for them. Twins lost, that's good for them. Preston Tucker rounded out, singled and scored a run. Pops him up, foul ground. Well, he'll give it a look, but it's in the seats. Got some mad hops right there. Into the shift. Throws him out. That's a 5-3 put out, the third baseman. One away.
Catcher Jason Castro.
They'll leave the shift on for Jason Castro, the catcher. Castro's walked twice, once intentionally. This is a guy who went down at the end of August with a right quad strain. Wound up missing 16 games. Just got back into the lineup September 17th, and since he's been back, Castro has struggled, just 4 for 30 at the plate without an extra base hit or an RBI. But they missed him. He was important to this pitching staff. They were just 6 and 11 in the 17 games he missed. Josh Colmenter on in relief of Ruby De La Rosa. It was a short night for Ruby, as Houston got 3 in the first, 2 in the second. They have added runs in the third and fourth.
Yeah, boy.
A very slow roller. Drury has it. A couple of 5-3 putouts open up the fifth.
Nice job by Josh Colmenter working inside there to Jason Castro. It might be a little bit too late in the ball game tonight, but you watch these Astros hitters almost to a man. They stand off the plate and really dive in. Got to pitch them inside, keep them honest, keep them off of that outside corner of the plate.
Dallas Keuchel, the pitcher. One and two. Keuchel so far on the mound has worked 4 innings, given up just 1 run on 5 hits, a walk and 2 strikeouts. He's at 60 pitches. Josh Colmenter gets the strikeout, works a 1-2-3 fifth inning. Here's what's next, brought to you by CenturyLink. Socrates Brito leads off the Diamondback fifth.
Yeah!
For the very last giveaway of the 2015 season, when the D-backs host the Houston Astros. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will receive the Los D-backs soccer jersey, courtesy of Pepsi. For tickets, call 602-514-8400 or visit dbacks.com.
Bottom 5 at Chase Field. Diamondbacks trail the Astros 7-1. Dallas Keuchel back out there in search of his 20th win this year. The rookie Socrates Brito leads it off. Pitcher spot is due up next, and Peter O'Brien is in the on-deck circle. It looks like he'll hit for Josh Colementer. High chopper. Carter backs off. Altuve. Oh, they get Brito at first, says Jeff Nelson, the crew chief. Awfully close down there. Altuve had to make the little underhand toss, and they'll have a look in the Diamondback clubhouse. Brito runs really well. I think he's in there. Remember, it's a catch when it's in the back of the mitt, in the pocket.
This might be the best angle.
And the headsets are coming on. We will have a challenge here. Diamondbacks have a pretty good case. If it's a base hit, it means Brito will have hit safely in 5 straight games. It's another replay review brought to you by Mix One. Diamondbacks challenge the out call at first. Well, you got to like it either way, Bob. What you've seen so far from Socrates Brito, hitting .429 through his first 15 games in the big league.
Boy, and that speed will play. I mean, a little chopper to the right side there looked like it was going to be an easy 4-3 put out at first base, and Brito just refused to give up on the play, busted down that first base line, and hopefully will be rewarded here. Carter didn't really stretch out after that ball. Could have made it a much easier play, a much easier call had he really reached out for that throw, but hopefully that'll be the difference in the play. So far, everything he's done has been fundamentally sound. Even running through the bag there at first, he hit the very front edge of the bag with his foot. A lot of young players will hit the middle of the base, sometimes clear around to the back of the base. So he gets that left foot down right on the front of the bag. That's as fast as he can get there.
They say he's out.
Oh, man.
We must have had an angle in New York that we don't have here, but it sure looked like between the plays we saw that Socrates Brito was in there. Call stands, which means it's not confirmed. Not enough clear and convincing evidence to confirm the call or overturn it for that matter. So Brito is out, 4-3 on the putout, and O'Brien will hit for Colementer. Updated look at our replay review standings brought to you by Mix One. Peter O'Brien. Astros overload the left-hand side of the infield. Altuve, the second baseman, on the shortstop side of the bag.
Yeah, common setup here, playing him to pull in the infield. The spray charts from his minor league season and his short time here in the big leagues would say if he hits it on the ground, it's probably going to be to the left side. If he hits it in the air, it might go anywhere.
So the numbers on Peter: 2 for 4, a couple of RBIs and walks in his first 6 big league plate appearances. Had a big year at AAA Reno. Drives that one high and deep, and there it goes! Peter O'Brien way here, his first big league homer. And that's the power we have heard so much about. First major league home run. We'll see if we get the requisite silent treatment here. Not so much.
I don't think so. When you're trailing by 5 runs in the ball game, no time for hijinks. Let's give the guy a high five, congratulate him on his first home run, and as soon as somebody drives up to Cave Creek, we can get that ball for him.
That was not a cheapie. A.J. Pollock.
Whew. Man, that ball was absolutely crushed. Belt high fastball, middle of the plate. Nice quick swing, and look at the power he generates with that quick swing.
26 homers, 107 RBIs for Phil Nevett at AAA Reno this year. A.J. Pollock hits one out to Springer in right. 2 down. Peter's a big guy, 6'3", 215, 25 years old, a ton of potential. The question is, you got to find a home defensively for the bat. Where is it? He decided it wouldn't be catcher at least this year. Wanted to be an outfielder, but we are told now he has talked to the Diamondbacks coaches and expressed an interest in catching again. So that's not a closed book. Phil Gosselin.
The Diamondbacks bullpen has been so good recently. They're going to need him to be good again tonight. It looks like the offense is making some noise here against Dallas Keuchel. He hit some balls hard in the last 3 innings here, including that last home run by Peter O'Brien. Got to put some zeros on the board against the Astros.
On to the concourse in left center. It's 440 out there. At least 2-1. Dallas Keuchel does not give up a lot of home runs. That was only the 17th he's allowed all year in 230 innings.
It's one of the rare mistakes we've seen him make in this game over the heart of the plate.
Full count, 3-2.
We showed you the home road splits for Keuchel. Only 4 home runs surrendered at his home ballpark, 13 on the road this year. You think about that ballpark in Houston. If you can keep the ball away from straightaway left field, it's big in center, it's big in right center.
As you always say, that ballpark, despite the short left field porch, the Crawford boxes, gives you a place to pitch to. And so far, he's been able to take advantage. 15-0 at home this year. On the road, not so much. Just missed that time, and Gosselin draws the 2-out walk. Second walk issued by Keuchel. Chance for Goldie now.
We have a moment. Let's take a look at the timeless moment brought to you by Coors Banquet. Astros pitcher Roy Oswalt beat the Cubs for his 20th win of the season back on October 2nd, 2005. No Astro pitcher since 2005 has won 20 games in a season. That's what Dallas Keuchel is trying to do tonight.
Goldie singled his last time up, 1 for 2.
The last 4 Astros pitchers to get 20 wins in a season. Roy Oswalt did it twice in 05 and 04. Mike Hampton back in 1999, along with Lima time, Jose Lima.
Lima time. He was fun.
Well, 20 wins, it's hard to get to in this day and age. It used to be a fairly regular thing when teams had 4-man rotation and pitchers pitched deep into the ball game. There's only been 20 game winners, or it's only happened 25 times in the last 10 years.
Seems like it's become more and more of a bullpen game, especially in the postseason. That's very true. Keuchel's a guy, he's evolved. He was not a big-time prospect. He was a 7th-round pick out of the University of Arkansas. As a rookie, he had more walks than strikeouts. 2 seasons ago, he was 6-10, the ERA over 5. But he's continued to improve. 12-9 last year. This year, going for his 20th win and maybe a Cy Young. Gets the strike call there from Laz Diaz, and it's 2-2. Strikes out Goldie for the 2nd time tonight. Peter O'Brien, his first major league home run, comes off a guy that might be a Cy Young winner this year. And it was a bomb out of here. 7-2. Oh, the best of the big leagues, they are lined up here at Chase Field for Mike and Sharon's cactus scoring. That's the way to watch the ball game.
There's not too many things I would stand in line for, but I would definitely stand in line to get that cactus scoring.
Oh, we have a little supply of it up here in the booth.
Yeah.
That is good stuff. New pitch here for the Diamondbacks as we open up the 6th inning. In a 7-2 ball game, it's the right-hander Alan Webster.
Said it just a moment ago, looking to put some zeros on the board here. Diamondbacks offensively starting to get through to Keuchel a little bit, making better contact, having better at-bats. It's to Alan Webster now to try to put his 0 on the board here in the 6th.
It'll be Jose Altuve, George Springer, and Carlos Correa. Top of the Houston order here in the 6th inning. Altuve 0 for 2, had an RBI sac fly his last time up. Needs 6 hits in this 3-game series to get to his 2nd straight 200-hit season. Led the majors last year with 225. And now he goes through his routine. It starts with the gloves, always ends with the helmet. The helmet comes off after every pitch. But he's in the batter's box, so he's within the rules. And then we'll go through the whole thing. He can back out now. Start with the feet, the gloves, and then eventually get to the dome.
I was talking an inning ago about this Astros offense and how they have a bunch of guys that really like to dive into home plate. Altuve, probably the biggest offender. Watch that front foot. Right in there towards the inside corner of the plate. Trying to bait pitchers into throwing him on that outer third of the plate, thinking he's standing way off the plate, because it looks like that as you're standing there getting your sign from the catcher. He looks like he's a long way off the plate, but he closes up quickly.
And he drives it out to Gosselin, who's there at the track, one away. Phil Gosselin showing some versatility.
An awkward swing that time by Altuve, but got the barrel on it and almost hit it over Gosselin's head out there in left field. Just kind of a real hands-wrist swing that time. Produced that line drive that Gosselin was able to run down right at the edge of the track.
Phil Gosselin opened up the game at second base, was moved to left field when Yasmani Tomas was pulled from the ball game. George Springer homered in the 2nd. Rolled the shortstop. CO. Alan Webster 2 quick outs. Brings up Carlos Correa. Correa singled and scored in the first.
Shortstop, Carlos
Homer to
Correa.
greet Josh Colmenter to open up the fourth. His 22nd of the year. A new Astros rookie record. This was Carlos Correa to lead off the fourth. Saw him and Jose Altuve. Altuve the first to greet him. They are very close. Even though Correa is a foot taller than he is.
Who isn't?
They have a very close relationship.
I'm sure that's really helped the progress of young Carlos Correa to have a veteran like Jose Altuve kind of take him under his wing.
Yeah, they have become an immediate pair. Correa says they're brothers. He says we eat together, we play next to each other. Correa hits behind him in the lineup. They pretty much, he says, do everything together all the time. Jay Hinch always jokes he doesn't know which one is the big brother. They both act like goofballs all the time. And he works a 2-out walk. There's Altuve. They have a really good relationship. They feed off each other. They challenge each other. And by all accounts, they grow tighter by the day. Correa at first, 2 down. Colby Rasmus has singled and walked. Alan Webster was rolling along here, but he lost Correa. Now behind on Rasmus 2-0. Back with you for Game 2 tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show at 4:30 on Fox Sports Arizona. Second to last game of the year. Jeremy Hellickson starts for the Diamondbacks and Colin McHugh for the Astros. Don't forget, after the ball game tomorrow, the post-game concert. Luis Coronel, big Diamondback fan. And now Webster can't find the strike zone. 3-0. We almost got it on the hop. Correa takes off, and that's a strike, says Laz Diaz. Now nobody has over at third base with the shift on. Stolen base for Correa. That's number 13.
I was talking to Glenn Sherlock earlier today about this very thing with all the exaggerated pull shifts and with the replay reviews that we have in place now, which figures to be expanded as we move forward. Does that change any of the fundamental drills that guys are likely to work on in spring training? And he said absolutely, and that was one of them.
Who covers third?
Yeah.
Colby Rasmus drives this out toward the pool. And it's out of here. Colby Rasmus, that's number 23. And it's 9-2 Houston. The third Astros home run.
Third baseman, Luis Valbuena.
Luis Valbuena. Three Astros homers off three different pitchers. Springer off De La Rosa, Correa against Colmenger, now Rasmus off of Webster.
It's kind of been the story of the Astros season. You know, they strike out a bunch, they walk their fair share, and they hit a ton of home runs.
They're kind of like, in a way, BB, the American League version of the Cubs that way. Hitting for one more here. And Valbuena takes it out of here. Luis Valbuena, that's 25. They go back to back. 10-2 Astros. You were saying about the home runs.
Yeah. It's kind of an all or nothing offense. I mean, you know, they got some guys at the top that are hitting for respectable averages, but you start with the four-hitter Rasmus, 235, 222, 197, 247, 211. But they do this, unfortunately, a little too often.
Yeah, Valbuena homered Wednesday in their win over the Mariners at Safeco Field. He's got 25 here tonight. Quick mound visit for Mike Harkey. Webster will work to Chris Carter. Speaking of the Cubs, they have now won 6 in a row. They beat Milwaukee today 7-1. The Pirates keep pace. They won on a walk-off. Starling Marte hit a home run. They beat Cincinnati 6-4. So the Pirates are still 2 games over, or a 2-game lead over the Cubs for the right to host the National League wildcard game. So they're up 2 with 2 to play. Two and two. Three-two count. Gary Pettis down there. Look at our guy Mike Podsiadlik pounce on that one. Waiting for his chance with those new sneakers.
Those glow in the dark.
Called strike 3. Webster rings up Carter. The Astros have 9 hits. 4 of them are home runs. They lead it 10-2. Tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, a doubleheader on FS1. West Virginia takes on number 15 Oklahoma, followed by K-State and Oklahoma State. Then ASU looks for the upset against number 7 UCLA on Fox. And 22nd ranked Michigan squares off against Maryland on the Big Ten Network. Big day of college football tomorrow, starting on FS1. Last chance to get your 2015 D-backs items here at the ballpark.
Now that reminds me, I got to get some new fishing hats. My Sea Dogs fishing hat, I think I've run out of luck.
What? The lucky fishing hat?
Yeah, just last couple times it's been a little rough. I'm looking for a new fishing cap.
What are you thinking?
I don't know. There's a lot of nice ones down there. That's the problem. I love hats. And they have so many to choose from. It's going to take a while to single one out.
Have you thought about a visor?
Yeah, nah.
Not optimal. Correa juggling act, and he cannot throw on Aaron Hill. Carlos Correa, a little bobble there, and Aaron's aboard.
Pretty routine play. Everything looked good. Correa just kind of bobbled the ball as he was making the exchange, then tries to make up for it with that big throwing arm, but Aaron Hill just does get there ahead of the play, we think.
E6 is the ruling. E.J. Hinch going to have a look, up 10-2. You surprised Keuchel's back out there?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, they're going to review this.
Yeah, they are. We're going to have a challenge on the safe call at first base. It's another replay review brought to you by Mix One.
As always, A.J. Hinch knows his ball club, and he knows Dallas Keuchel a lot better than I do. And I think he was asked about it before the ballgame. I mentioned this before, and he was asked if you have a comfortable lead, and he said there is no such thing as a comfortable lead in this ballpark. So
you should know.
Yeah. But you've got him through the requisite 5 innings to possibly get his 20th victory of the season. Probably time to pull the plug, go to the bullpen, and maybe at least you could use Keuchel for a while on Tuesday. Maybe not as deep into the ballgame as you'd like, but it'd be nice to have that option.
Now remember, he's pitching this game on regular rest. Here's another look. That would put Keuchel in position to pitch Tuesday on short rest, only 3 days rest, if Houston is in that wild card game at Yankee Stadium. And J. Hinch really did do a good job. They fixed it so Keuchel would make all his starts in the biggest games over the last 5 weeks or so. His last 4 starts, 2 of them have been against the Angels, 2 against Texas, and he's opening up the series here. Keuchel coming off a win his last time out. That was Sunday. He was sensational in a critical game against the Rangers. 7 innings of 2-hit ball with 10 strikeouts. Where the ball is, but it sure looks like the foot is on the bag. Certainly no clear and convincing evidence right here.
Probably a little more interested than most defenders because he'll be hung with an error here if Aaron Hill is called safe, and indeed he is.
After video replay review, the runner
all on the field stands. So Aaron Hill is aboard. E6 to open up the 6th inning. And it'll bring up Wellington Castillo.
Catcher.
The error on Carlos Correa, the shortstop. Castillo singled to center his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Updated look at the replay review standings brought to you by Mix One.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with a purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Broken bat roller. Correa goes to Altuve. They'll settle for 1. The force on Hill, and Beef Wellington's aboard. I'm still a little upset about the news about the Sea Dogs fishing hat. I mean, over the last several years, always on the road, you've had the Sea Dogs cap on and done very well.
Yeah, I've had a lot of really good days with the Portland Sea Dogs cap, but you just have to know when to cut bait.
or fish in this case.
Time to retire that one and go with something new. It will definitely go in my fishing hat Hall of Fame, though, because it had been really good for a long time.
It was a good run. Brandon Drury, the rookie, 0 for 2 so far. I'm thinking sequins for you. What are those shiny sequin Diamondback caps we see?
I don't know. It might scare the fish. It might scare me. And besides, my fishing buddy, my regular fishing buddy, wears a sequin cap. So,
how about that?
A little bit overkill. Yeah, that's very sporty.
Along the lines of a fishing fedora. He's got a lure in his already.
Yeah, I like the way that works.
Well, a lot of guys have those, what do you call them, like cargo hats? Sort of a floppy hat look.
Bucket
yeah,
hat,
the bucket hat, and then it's got the lures pinned in there all around it.
I've got one of those at home. I never really had much luck with it, but it's in the rotation.
There you go.
Oh, that's nice.
That'll protect you from the sun. That's another option. Keep you warm.
Comes in handy up in the White Mountains after the season's over. It gets a little chilly at night up there.
Well, somebody might think you're a bear.
Nice job there by Jason Castro. He's a very agile catcher. He really moves around well back there behind the plate.
And he's a big guy too, 6'3", 215. 2-2 on Brandon Drury. 1 out, Castillo at first. Now this was at another one of our road stops.
Big blue guy.
Boy, I bet he was a fighter.
He tried.
There's the Sea Dogs cap. How about the rally cap? Maybe that's been the problem. They're not biting. You got to go to the rally cap.
Never thought of that.
Well, Keuchel, even with his massive lead, 10-2, is not going to have anything close to a short night. He's at 90 pitches here. So in terms of saving some work for that short rest start Tuesday in the wild card game, nothing doing here. Good at bat here by Brandon Drury. He's worked it full, 3-2.
More breaking balls from Keuchel, second and third time through the order against the Diamondbacks. First time through, he was just basically trying to spot that fastball on the outside part of the plate. Threw a couple of first pitch breaking balls for called strikes, but really starting to mix it up here third time through the order.
It deep to right center field. That ball is tracked down in the gap by Rasmus. And Castillo has to hustle to get back to first. Colby Rasmus, what a play to run that one down just shy of the pool.
Shortstop, Chris Owings.
A lot of ground out there right in front of the 413 mark near that RamTrucks.com pool area. Sounded good coming off the bat. There's too much speed from the Astros center fielder.
Well, he's used to covering a lot of ground out there in Houston, certainly. Dealing with hills and flagpoles. 2-0 now for Chris Owings. Chris has walked and struck out 0 for 1.
Yeah, that was it. See, that's the turning point for the Portland Sea Dogs fishing cap.
Yeah, when that's the end result of the day, it's time for a new hat. Now I see. I notice how the fish have gotten smaller in every picture. And when you catch one that's smaller than your thumb, it's time to reevaluate.
And
how about that?
I actually just reached out of the boat and scooped it up. It was a floater. He was done for.
So's the hat.
Yeah.
Have you thought about a captain's hat, like the captain in Tennille? You're on the water. Yeah.
Yeah, now you're talking.
You can be king of the sea.
Hi.
Hello. He did not go, says Jeff Nelson at first. Full count, 3-2.
Job by Sewell able to check that time on a break ball in the dirt. This has already taken 1 base on balls in the game, bringing his season total up to 26.
Always a good sign where Chris is involved. There goes Castillo from first now and sits it in the seats out of play. Lots to choose from in the team shop here. Chase Field. There's the sequence. I was thinking that would be good. A little too Vegas.
Yeah. Still fishing in Lake Mead. I probably wouldn't go with the sequence. That's old school. Nothing wrong with that.
It's a good look right there. Another sequined option. Owings gets it in the air. Backs up Springer. And he runs it down on the track. Now we'll keep shopping for hats. Gotta find the right one. We'll head to the 7th. Astros lead at 10-2.
Look at our Geico this day in Major League Baseball history just for my partner today, October 2nd, 1978.
This is
American League East 1-game playoff at Fenway. The Yankees come from behind to beat the Red Sox behind, what's that guy's name? Bucky
Bleepin' Dent.
Yeah, hit a 3-run homer against Mike Torres. Woo. I knew you'd like that one.
Yeah, thanks. You know, that was an afternoon game. It was on ABC had it that day, and Keith Jackson was doing the call, I believe. I remember getting off the bus in Boston because the game started in the afternoon. School got out, so we missed the first inning or so while the bus was driving you home. And that was the slowest bus ride ever. And as soon as they opened that door, man, we were sprinting down the street to the TV to watch that game. What a game it was. Yaz fouled out to Greg Nettles at third with the tying run aboard against Goose Gossage. Jake Lamb takes over for Goldie at first. Matt Stice, the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks, his 11th appearance this year. Preston Tucker leads it off for the Astros. That was the famous game. The Yankees never should have won the game. But that's the game where I don't remember who hit the ball out to right field. And it was an afternoon game, a day game. Imagine that, playing the game in the day now. Tucker beats it out. But Piniella hit a ball, or somebody hit a ball out to right. And Piniella, blinded, lifted his arms up, couldn't see it. And as he lifted his arms out, like I can't find it, the ball went into his glove in right field. So Jake Marisnick will come in and run for Tucker.
Pitch running at first base, number 6, Jake Marisnick.
That's good pitching.
No.
E4 is the scoring decision on that one. So Tucker aboard. Marisnick pinch runs, and here's Jason Castro.
Aaron Hill playing way out there in shallow right field. Got to that ball in good shape. His throw to Jake Lamb just in the game at first base. Looked like the right foot did come off the bag.
Castro knocks it away from the shift. Gosselin has it out there. First two have reached to the Astros 7th. Now the pitcher spot comes up, so that's going to be it for Dallas Keuchel.
Number 21,
John Singleton, the big, powerful left-hand hitter, will take the at-bat. Singleton 196 with a homer. He's played in just 18 games with the Astros this year. And a big season at AAA Fresno. Just turned 24 last month. And he's got some big-time power. Fields the righty, and old friend Joe Thatcher, the lefty.
Well, you mentioned Oli Perez earlier in the ball game. The Astros actually have 3 former Diamondbacks lefties in their bullpen, along with Tony Sipp, Joe Thatcher, and Oliver Perez.
Don't forget Will Harris.
Will Harris, yeah,
the righty.
Yeah.
Will Harris had a real good year for them. Singleton did not get added to their big league roster until September 23rd. Here's Oliver Perez. He's had only 2 big league at bats since the end of July, John Singleton. 1-2. AAA Fresno won the AAA championship actually this year, so Singleton's minor league season was extended a couple of weeks. But he had a big year, played in just over 100 games at Fresno, 22 homers, drove in 83 runs. One of the big bats in the Coast League this year. Just does get a piece of that one. By the way, BB, I see the team shop, the folks in the team shop been nice enough to send up some hats. We want to give you a few options here.
Well, I know there's a lot more options in this, but
I like that one.
This is a good start. I like that road gray. That's nice. Sedona red and black A on the front. I'm kind of more partial to these old school. You know, ones that look a little weathered before you even put them on. I kind of like that.
I like the white or the gray bill there, whatever you call it, the bill, the brim, the front.
The front. Yeah.
2 and 2.
And of course, I got a bunch of these at home. The old school. Purple and teal, black top.
Now, have you thought about wearing one of your actual hats from back in the day? That proved to be pretty lucky.
Yeah, it did. That's a good thought. You think the fish would realize?
They'd probably just jump in the boat and give up. There's I guess that's the hipster hat.
The hipster hat. See, the way we fish, I probably should wear a helmet. You know, those lures are flying around and guys are getting snagged and they pull it in and the lure goes whistling through the boat.
There was the propeller incident.
Yeah.
I believe that was in Atlanta.
Yeah.
There's a walk to Singleton, and Matt Stites has the bases loaded. An error, a single, and a walk.
Could have used a catcher's mask.
Second baseman Jose Altuve.
The 6th walk issued by Diamondbacks pitchers tonight. There's a helmet for you.
Moments ago it was full of popcorn.
Very nice. Very nice.
So they're loaded. Nobody out for Jose Altuve. 3rd in the American League in hitting at .310 coming into the ball game, but so far 0 for 3. Drives that out to Brito. He runs it down. Here comes Marisnik. And he will score to make it 11-2.
Brito to unleash a throw to home plate right there. All his momentum was coming straight in.
Right fielder George Springer.
That was a little unusual.
He didn't really set his feet, just kind of throws on the move to hold the runner at second base.
The RBI for Altuve, his 2nd sacrifice fly tonight. And here's Springer, who homered in the 2nd. He's 1 for 4. Always worry about hand or wrist injuries. We talked about that last night with David Peralta. Springer was hit by a pitch, right wrist fracture. Missed more than 50 games. Didn't get back until the first week of September, but there have been no lingering effects. He's looked really good. Brito one more time, coming in. Socrates, Brito! Can't get there. Runners had to hold up. And one more time, the Astros have them loaded.
Nice effort by Brito. Long way to run that time. Just kind of fanned on it as he went into his dive out there in right field. Hit off the thumb of his glove, dropped down underneath. Loads him up again.
For Carlos Correa. That's a single for Springer. They're loaded with 1 out. Correa singled and scored in the 1st. Struck out in the 2nd. Homered in the 4th. Walked, stole a base, and scored a run his last time up. Not a bad night.
You look at this Astros lineup, and other than the pitcher spot, the only spot in the lineup that does not have a base hit is Jose Altuve, the leadoff hitter, and he has 2 sacrifice flies.
Look out, everybody. Boy, that one almost got Castro down there at 3rd. Mike Podsiadlik's on it. Gary Pettis is over there as well. Look out, everybody. A ball and a strike. Carlos Correa made his big league debut June 8th at the White Sox, had a base hit in his first ball game. The next night, in his second major league game, he hit a 2-run homer in the 9th inning of a tie game. The Astros won 4-2. He's been hitting ever since. The first overall pick in the draft by Houston 3 years ago. Behind the Astros dugout. You've got to be so careful and pay attention when you're down in those front few rows. Chase Field staff immediately over there making sure everybody's okay.
Yeah, fortunately, I think it hit an empty seat between two gentlemen about 4 rows behind the Astros dugout.
Just got the all clear sign. 1-2 on Correa. Stites has got that front foot going again.
He's really calmed it down considerably, speeded up the whole process. I was ranting about this a week or so ago. The guys that get their sign from the catcher and it takes 8 to 10 seconds to come up into a set position because they have a whole choreographed routine. Well, Matt has eliminated a lot of that stuff. He still paws at the dirt with that front foot just a little bit, but
right there,
not nearly as elongated as it used to be.
Correa finds a gap, and it's going to roll all the way to the wall. Castro scores. Singleton is home. They'll wave Springer in, and Carlos Correa has a 3-run triple, and it's 14-2. He's a pretty good player.
You think he's got a chance?
He might make it.
A cement mixer slider out there in the middle of the plate. Goes out and hooks it back to the gap in left center. AJ was shading him a little bit over to the right center field gap, so that ball's going to roll for a while. And while it's rolling, Correa is motoring into third base.
Three hits, 4 RBIs for Carlos Correa, who is now a double shy of the cycle. And here's Colby Rasmus, who hit a long home run his last time up. Two and one. There is action in the Diamondback bullpen now. Stites behind 3 balls and a strike. You walked him. That's
the 7th base on balls issued by Diamondbacks pitchers. Here comes Mike Harkey. Enrique Burgos warming up in the Sanderson Ford bullpen.
It applies to any team that you play against, but as we talked about this Astros offense, the base on balls will kill you because this is a team that's going to hit some home runs. They've got some high average hitters at the top of the order, and then a bunch of free swinging guys trying to lift the ball in the air to the outfield. If you put base runners ahead of these guys, you're going to have multiple run homers hit against you.
Of the 7 walks so far, and of course that includes Rasmus at first, 3 of them have scored. They're on the corner, still only 1 out. And here is Luis Valbuena, who homered his last time up. Valbuena, after Rasmus's 2-run homer in the 6th off Allen Webster, the solo shot, they go back to back.
I'll tell you what, partner, I think that would have been a really good Astro. It made Park. I was a dead pull hitter. And for an offense that obviously they're telling him, hey, we don't care if you strike out 150 times this year. We
Just
don't care if you hit 200. Hit that ball in the seats 35 times. Go ahead, swing hard, get it up in the air. I'd have loved that.
Well, you look good in orange.
Yeah.
Center field, AJ will play it off the wall. Correa will score. They'll stop Rasmus at third, an RBI double for Luis Valbuena, and it's 15-2. Most runs scored against the Diamondbacks this year. And that's going to be it for Matt Stites. Enrique Burgos on his way in, back after this. In part by Papa Murphy's. Love at 425 degrees. By University of Phoenix. Earn credit for relevant experience. Learn more at phoenix.edu. And by Phoenix International Raceway. Join PIR on November 15th for NASCAR. Visit us at phoenixraceway.com and get your tickets now. Oh, shopping in the team shop for some items here. 7th inning, it's 15-2 Houston. Any of these strike your fancy?
I'll wear anything at this point if it'll get us an out.
Even sequins. Enrique Burgos, the right-hander. So Burgos worked 1 inning last night. Gave up a run on 2 hits, had 2 strikeouts through 18 pitches. Here's Chris Carter. With Rasmus at third, Valbuena at second. The Diamondbacks high for runs allowed in a game this year had been 14. That was September 4th against the Cubs. But now they trail this one 15-2. Swing and a miss, 0-2. That one rolls away from Welly. Here comes Rasmus. Valbuena in at third, 16-2 Houston.
A bunch of wild pitches in the ball game last night when Enrique Burgos came in. Bounces that one out in front of home plate. Wellington Castillo cannot keep it in front.
So that's another one of the walks that scored. 2-2 now. Rasmus has scored 4 times tonight. Burgos gets the strikeout of Carter. And that's the second out in the 7th. And now the Astros will bat around Jake Marisnick, the 10th man to hit in this inning. He came into the ball game as a pinch runner for Preston Tucker, who led off the 7th inning, reached on an error by Aaron Hill. So the first at bat tonight for Jake Marisnick. 24-year-old right-hand hitter. He's in there at 234 with 9 homers.
You mentioned I talked to Wellington Castillo before the ball game today, and I took a look at his right forearm where he got hit with a foul tip last night. It was just above the wrist. He said it got all meat, all muscle up there in the middle of his forearm. So he says, you know how those are. It's sore, but he said it doesn't bother me. I can throw, I can swing. It's just another merit badge for a catcher this time of year.
All meat. Well, he is a beef after all.
Yes, he is. This might be one of those games we see Oscar Hernandez get a little bit of playing time here at the end of the ball game.
If anybody's earned a break, it's Wellington Castillo. That's for sure. 2 balls and a strike. Angels have already won. They beat Texas in Arlington 2-1 the final there. So Anaheim picks up a half game on the Astros in the wild card race in the American League, while Houston gains a half game on the Rangers for the division. The Twins, who are 1 back of the Astros as well, lost at home to the Royals 3-1. So Minnesota drops back. That one drops in, and it's 17-2.
Catcher Jason Castro.
When it rains, it pours. The Astros certainly have hit plenty of balls right on the button tonight, but even when they miss hit balls, they're dropping in.
RBI single for Jake Marisnick. Here's Jason Castro, who has walked twice, singled, and scored a run. 11th man to bat here in the Houston 7th.
1-2. Jason Castro, just like A.J. Hinch, a Stanford guy. Castro, first-round pick. Bought the Astros back in 08. He was the 10th overall selection that year. An All-Star 2 years ago.
Stanford's home field in Palo Alto is called Sunken Diamond.
Oh, the baseball.
Yeah, it's kind of down in just a little bit of a valley.
Slow roller to first for Lamb. And the inning ends, but the Astros get 7. They lead it 17-2.
And it's time for the 7th inning stretch. So get on your feet and join D-backs organist Bobby Freeman.
Here at Chase Field, Astros taking control of this one. We go to the bottom of the 7th, and Socrates Brito up to the plate. Diamondbacks getting a chance to evaluate some young players here late in the season. Socrates Brito is one of those guys, organizational player of the year. And so far on this homestand, coming into tonight's game, 5 for 9, 2 doubles, a triple, an RBI, 3 runs scored, and a stolen base. I talked to Socrates today. He said, really, the games that I had played in spring training gave me a level of comfort. And even though that was just limited experience against major league pitching, it really helped him. Now, he said in the past he hasn't played that much in winter ball in the Dominican, his homeland, but this year he plans to do more of that as he tries to take that next step, guys, to try to secure a job in the majors next year.
Thank you, Jody. Socrates Brito will lead off the Diamondbacks 7th against old friend Joe Thatcher. The left-hander is on for the Astros, his 43rd appearance. A host of defensive changes behind him. Singleton has stayed in the game to play first. We got Matt Duffy at third. VR at shortstop. That familiar delivery of Joe Thatcher kind of comes in sections.
Yeah, it does. I mean, through most of his delivery, you assume he's going to throw the ball from a high 3/4 arm angle, but then at the very end, he bends way down there and slings it up their sidearm.
Socrates 0 for 2.
Pitcher spot up next. Looks like Salty will take the at bat as Brito strikes out against Thatcher.
Additional defensive changes for Houston this inning. Now at shortstop number 2, Jonathan Villar. And now catching number 12, Max Stassi. Pinch hitting for Enrique Burgos.
So Saltalamacchia will hit for Burgos.
Saltalamacchia.
Salty 221 on the year, 9 homers. 7 for 25 as a pinch hitter this year. He gets this one in the air. Left center. And one hops the wall. Jared Saltalamacchia, the 1-out double.
Center fielder, A.J. Pollock.
Take a look at the changes defensively for Houston around Joe Thatcher. And a whole new battery, in fact. Max Stassi, the rookie catcher, is back there. Matt Duffy, the other Matt Duffy. There are 2 of them. They both play third base, coincidentally. Jonathan Villar, the shortstop. Singleton stays in the game. He'll play first. Colby Rasmus moves to left field. And Jake Marisnick will take over in center. A.J. Pollock, 1 for 3, a single to lead off the ball game. Joe Thatcher is an Indiana State Sycamore. He pitched there. Tells a great story that his dad told him. His dad played baseball at Indiana State and once played in a baseball game with Larry Bird.
Like that.
This shatters the bat. Duffy will throw out Pollock. Remember, Larry Bird was a supplemental draft pick or a provisional pick, whatever you call it, by the Celtics in Red Auerbach. So they drafted him. Then he played one more whole season of college basketball. And once that season ended, he was going to head to the NBA, but he was still in school and always wanted to try baseball. So he came out and they said, sure, what the heck? So one day in a game, Larry Bird was playing first base. And there was a foul pop-up near the stands, and Larry got all tangled up and went flying in there, and they yanked him out of there, and that's it.
Enough of that.
No more for you.
His basketball prowess, I would have put him in a defensive position where he could get assists.
Well, the way he passed the ball, it'd be a lot of no looks.
Yeah. Foul ball to second. He looks out to center field, throws it behind his back to first. Between Joe Thatcher and his very unusual delivery and Ollie Perez and his multiple deliveries, they got some lefties in that pen that can give you some fits.
They can match them up in the postseason if they get there, that's for sure. Altuve. We are through 7 here at Chase Field. Diamondbacks down 17-2.
Tonight's attendance is
8th inning. Hey, fans, next Friday, the Arizona Coyotes start their season with a road trip to L.A. to take on the Kings. Coverage begins at 7 o'clock, beginning with the Coyotes Live pregame show. Hockey on Fox Sports Arizona is served up by DQ, the home of fan food, not fast food.
I think we have as we get A.J. Schugel, I think we have a camera shot that will sum up tonight's game. Yeah, I believe you have a sign that you've made up. 17-2 here. Houston, we have a problem.
Yeah. Out of order.
They broke the scoreboard.
Right.
He's got the handle on the Twitter, Shug Knight. It's A.J. Schugel. He is on to work the 8th.
Well, you want to get a look at a lot of these young guys. You wish it was under better circumstances than a blowout ball game like this, but A.J. Schugel going to get an opportunity here. Trying to slow down this Astros offense.
John Singleton will lead it off. He's up there taking his cuts. He's a big power hitter.
Many times we see the exaggerated pull shift on the infield, but you'll see the outfielders shade a guy the opposite way. Not the case with Singleton. Everybody's on that right side of the field. Oh, the shortstop Chris Owings and the left fielder Phil Goslin, the only two defensive players on the left of second base.
Two and two. Astros thought so much of John Singleton. He was given a very unique contract by GM Jeff Luhnow before he even played a single big league game, a deal that guarantees him $10 million over 5 seasons. Astros have a whole bunch of club options after that that could raise the price of the deal to $35 million, but there was a lot of discussion about that contract. Haven't seen one like it since. A leadoff walk. That's the 8th base on balls issued tonight by Diamondback pitchers. Let's take a look at our State Farm report of the game. Wei-Jie Wang. A tremendous year for Kane County. This is a guy to watch in the Diamondback system. He, by all accounts, just absolutely filthy. That was the word that I heard a couple of different scouts use. Caught Jose Altuve by surprise there.
All those multitude of changes for the Astros, and Altuve wasn't sure who he was hitting behind. He was sitting in the dugout as Singleton got to first base.
Hey kid, you're up. Trying to get his hits. He needs every at bat, which is probably why he's still in the ball game. Trying to get to 200. He needs 6 more. He does not have a hit tonight. He's 0 for 3, but he does have 2 RBIs, a pair of sacrifice flies. There go the gloves, and now the helmet. There it is.
A little modified Johnny Gomes.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call.
Grabs the bill of his helmet, rocks it up and down on his forehead. Altuve uses both hands to rock his helmet back and forth.
Occasionally between pitches, Gomes will also wrestle a bear. The helmet is a new one, though. Got to take it on and off 3 or 4 times. Over the glove of Jake Lamb, a base hit for Altuve. Singleton is on the run. He's in there at third. Jose Altuve now 5 hits away from 200.
Right fielder George Springer.
That's a fastball inside. I'm not even sure Altuve knew where the ball went off the bat. Just a little floater just out of the reach of Jake Lamb.
He's got his hit. He's coming out. And that's the end of the night for Altuve. Marwin Gonzalez, the pinch runner. Here's George Springer. I know you're looking at young players and all that stuff, and it's an opportunity to get a look at some arms and some bats. But if you're Chip Hale and you're just trying to slog through this, is there any upside at all at this point?
Well, obviously you look for your players to continue to play hard, run everything out, back up plays. Unfortunately, the Diamondbacks pitching staff has had way too many opportunities to back up bases in this ball game, but no, there's really not a lot good to be gained. You'd like to think in a big series, and obviously a much bigger series for the Astros than for the Diamondbacks, but the fact that the Diamondbacks had a shot at a 500 season with a sweep here against the Astros, so certainly that was something to play for coming into this one. But sometimes the lessons you learn come the hard way, and the Diamondbacks are looking across the field at a team that fully expects to get into the postseason and will be a dangerous team if they do get into the postseason.
Little check swing roller. Schugel throws it away. It rolls up the right field line. Singleton scores to make it 18-2, and Gonzalez is in at third.
All right, and this is what you do not want to see. You don't want to see it just devolve into hijinks out there, crazy plays, collisions on the bases.
And Jake Lamb was put in a tough spot there, stepping right in front of Springer, who was on a dead run.
After the fact, it's easy to say you shoulda, but it appeared like Springer was inside the baseline right there. If Schugel picks that ball up and drills him right in the middle of the back, he's inside the baseline.
That's what Chip Hale was discussing with Laz Diaz.
Yeah, he's clearly inside the baseline right there. If you hit him with that ball, he's going to be called out at first base for being out of the baseline. Should be called out for being out of the baseline anyway.
They score at E1. They give him an RBI. Gonzalez is at third. Springer at first. Still nobody out. And the hitter is Jonathan Villar, the new shortstop. 281 with 2 home runs.
The problem with games like this is they don't let you just quit.
No, they don't do that.
You got to play 9. Wave the white flag. All right, we'll give you this one. See you tomorrow.
Villar is the guy who was holding down the shortstop job into early June, and then at that point something happened. That's when Carlos Correa showed up. And Villar was on his way to the minor leagues. There's a strike, 2-2. Stayed down in the minors until the first week of September. And he's done a nice job the final month of the year as an extra bat on the bench for A.J. Hinch. That's a fair ball down the left field line. Gonzalez will score the 19th Astro run. And it's an RBI double for Jonathan Villar.
Left fielder Colby Rasmus.
Colby Rasmus now. Rasmus has walked twice, singled, and homered. Popped him up. Short right. Burrito. Hey fans, the most popular way to follow the Diamondbacks is with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. You'll enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast, live radio broadcasts, and more. Get the MLB.com at bat app right now. Here's Matt Duffy. The other Matt Duffy. Not the Giant, the Astro. There's always the rookie hazing thing that they put the young guys through. We saw that with the Diamondbacks earlier this year. The Astros had their rookie hazing on this last road trip, and they made Matt Duffy dress up as the other Matt Duffy. They gave him a Giants jersey with Duffy on the back, the whole thing. Pretty clever.
Well, compared to some of the other costumes we've seen, I would take that.
Well, in a minute.
Matt Duffy's a big dude.
6'3", 215. He's 26 years old, a grand total of 6 career major league at bats. Spent this year at AAA Fresno, hit .294 with 20 homers. That one is in the gap in right center. Springer will score. Villar will score. Matt Duffy, a 2-run single, and it's 21-2. That is a franchise record for the Diamondbacks in terms of runs allowed. I have never given up this many runs in a baseball game. Previous high had been 20 runs allowed, September 23rd of 2003 at Colorado. So a new record, 21 runs by a Diamondback opponent.
And So far, 12 tacos tomorrow for the Astro fans.
It's a lot of food.
Man, make it stop.
21 runs on 17 hits. Diamondbacks have committed 4 errors. Three in the 6th, 7 in the 7th, 4 here in the 8th. Max Stassi, the new catcher. Only 14 at bats with the Astros this year. The 21 runs is also a franchise record for runs scored for the Houston Astros. One and two, still only one out. Jake Marisnick is on deck. There's the strikeout. 2 down.
Center fielder Jake Marisnick.
Jake Marisnick now. Marisnick had an RBI single his last time up.
And the inning ends. Astros get 4 more. They lead the Diamondbacks 21-2. AL West and wild card. Albert Pujols and the Angels 2-1 winners at Texas. So while the Angels gain a half game on the Astros in the wild card race, Houston with the Ranger loss
gains a half game on Texas for the AL West. So if this score holds up, 21-2, and that's an if at this point, the Astros will be 2 back in the division with 2 to play, putting the Rangers' magic number at 1. And there's an updated look at the AL wild card. The Twins, who began the day only 1 back of Houston for the AL wild card, were at home at Target Field. They lost to Kansas City 3-1. The pitcher for the Astros, the right-hander Vince Velasquez. Here's Jake Lamb to lead it off.
I told you about all the math in the opening. This time of year you get 3 or 4 teams involved, and if they win and you lose and they win, and there is a scenario that's possible for the Astros where they could end up in a 3-way tie with the Angels and the Twins. It's past now since the Twins lost, but going into play today, if there was a 3-way tie for that American League wild card, the Astros would play Minnesota on Monday.
The play-in game to get to the wild card game.
To the wild card game. Then they would go back to Houston on Tuesday and play at the New York Yankees on Wednesday, and then against the Blue Jays or the Royals on Friday. Now, obviously, that's all changed, but that's the kind of maneuvering that goes on at the end of a season when you get 3 or 4 teams involved in that wild card race.
That was the doomsday scenario, as that one off the bat of Lamb clanks off Singleton's glove at first. It's E3. And there was a scenario in which the Astros may have had to play 4 games in 4 days in 4 cities. Yeah. The 2 play-in games, then the wild card game, and then on you go. And as A.J. Hinch told us, he told his guys, so it's pack for 2 weeks. We don't know where you'll be. Aaron Hill.
I guess it is still possible if the Astros would lose the next 2 games of this series, the Angels would lose the next 2 games of their series, and the Twins would win both of their games remaining. I guess it could still end up a 3-way tie. Traveling secretary's nightmare.
Oh, can you imagine? Yikes. Have all the hotels standing by.
Yeah. Block rooms everywhere on the East Coast and the West Coast and the Midwest.
We have 2 bits of breaking Matt Duffy news, by the way, for you here, BB.
Okay.
Aaron Hill drives that one deep to right center. That is off the base of the wall over the head of Springer. Lamb will stop at third. Aaron Hill has his second double tonight. Now, as we've mentioned, there's the Astros Matt Duffy and the Giants Matt Duffy. We're much more familiar with the Giants Matt Duffy. As I told you, they made Matt Duffy on rookie hazing dress up as the other Matt Duffy. And that was the ensemble they put together for him.
Nice kilt to go with it. It's a nice look.
It's got to be confusing, trying to make your own mark in the major leagues. Oh, Matt Duffy, I know you. You're really good. No, that's not me. That's the other guy. Now, as far as the Giants, Matt Duffy, how about this bit of breaking news? You were talking last night. It was with Gonzo, as Goldie won the first ever Luis Gonzalez Award. Here's Wellington Castillo talking about the Willie McCovey Award, the Willie Mack Award that the Giants hand out every year. Well, the winner was announced today, and for the first time ever, it was a rookie, Matt Duffy.
How about that?
The other Matt Duffy.
The other Matt Duffy.
And that's an award that we're proud to say you won in 1984, the Willie Mack Award.
I was getting regular text messages from Kurt Manwaring, a former catcher for the Giants, also a Willie Mack Award winner back in his playing days, telling me who was at the event and who won this year. Yeah, good for Matt Duffy. I mean, he plugged a big hole. The Giants didn't know what they were going to do at third base after Pablo Sandoval left.
Casey McGee just did not work out at all.
So Matt Duffy out of nowhere comes in there, not only fills the position, but really did more than hold his own down there.
A guy who would come up as a shortstop and really never played third.
But Goldie, the first ever winner of the Luis Gonzalez Award, best representing the ideals of Luis Gonzalez and the way he played on and off the field, involved in the community here. 2-1 on Wellington Castillo.
It is award season. You know, everybody's speculating on the Cy Young and the MVP and the Rookie of the Year. We're going to have our own award show in the pregame show tomorrow.
I saw you and your staff putting together the list.
This is something we used to do back in the day when we were first televising games for the Diamondbacks.
Matt Duffy, one of them anyway. One of them throws out Wellington Castillo as Lamb comes in, and it's 21-3.
Anyway, we're going to hopefully make this an annual thing. The all bone chip team. Now, these are guys that maybe weren't on people's radar at the beginning of the season and stepped in and did a great job, like Matt Duffy in San Francisco. He's a real good candidate. Guys that maybe played well above their capabilities, maybe had that one career year that they've never come close to before and may never come close to again.
Now, this was inspired, this award, inspired by your 1984 season. Is there truth to that at all? Keeping Duffy busy over there.
But more than anything else, it was just a way to maybe identify some players who didn't get all the headlines and didn't win any major awards at the end of the year. But when you talk to their teammates and their coaching staff and their manager, they would tell you, we could not have done it without this guy. To identify some of those guys tomorrow.
Now, why is it called the Bone Chip Award? The Bonehead Award? What is this?
Bone Chips.
Bone Chips. Now, where does that come from?
Well, because at this time of year, a lot of guys are playing with bone chips and sprains and tears, and the guys that just continue to play right through all of it have a real good chance of getting recognition on the Bone Chip team.
And selected by a staff of orthopedists. Chris Owings. Well, that's coming up tomorrow. Diamondback Live pregame show. Now, is that on the pregame show?
Yeah, it's going to be on the pregame show.
And that's at 4:30 on Fox Sports Arizona. The soon-to-be annual Bone Chip Awards by Bob Brenly and staff.
And it's not easy. I mean, you think to yourself, well, I could easily pick 9 guys that had years that you weren't expecting or that their team really needed. In some cases, it's just opponents who really did well against the Diamondbacks. So a little bit of everything.
Something to look for tomorrow. And then the ball game, Jeremy Hellickson against Colin McHugh, game 2 of the 3-game series. I notice also it's the last night here for your staff. They have other duties over the weekend.
Yep.
So we want to thank them. Increasingly moderately reliable staff.
They're trending in the right direction.
You got to watch out for that trending stuff. Confidence is high. By the way, I got a little bit of good news for you. Some reason for optimism here. We are a home run away from tacos.
They won't taste quite as good.
No, but they never taste bad.
I'm all for it under any circumstances. Free food.
Two and 2 on Chris Owings. It's always National Something Day every day. It was National Podcast Day the other day, National Coffee Day. I don't know how these things get, pushed through. But tomorrow is National Taco Day.
Expecting big things from the D-backs offense tomorrow.
You may show up wearing your taco suit and a new hat. So we got the all bone chip team and Taco Day. A lot going on tomorrow.
after the game, Luis Cornell has the concert, Hispanic Heritage Day. Those D-backs soccer jerseys.
It's almost too much fun to jam into one day.
Two. Got him. 96. Diamondbacks get a run. Will go to the ninth. Houston leads at 21-3. That was the Cox Gig Life high-speed highlights. The Gila River game summary. Well, read them and weep. 21-3, the most runs ever scored against the Arizona Diamondbacks in D-backs history. The most runs scored in Astros history. And here we are in the ninth. A big Diamondback highlight. The first major league home run by Peter O'Brien, who just crushed one out onto the pavilion in left center. A.J. Schugel back out there. He'll work to Hank Conger, who will lead it off in the ninth. Pitcher spot, which is eighth, leads off the inning. So here's Conger, the other catcher, the former Angel. Hank Conger, the 11 home runs, a career high. He played in only one of the 3 games against the Diamondbacks in Houston earlier this year, but made the most of it. Homered twice in that game, including a grand slam. And he's got a base hit, dumps it into right center. 18th hit for the Astros. Leadoff man aboard in the ninth. Speaking of the Peter O'Brien home run, this is it. First big league homer. And there it goes. Our Chaz Roberts air conditioning pool play the game way out of here.
Estimated at 471 feet.
And that's the kind of power that few guys have, but Peter O'Brien has it. The question is how to fit it in. John Singleton.
Hey fans, we invite you to play Kachinko by signing up at one of the 20 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Arizona Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Here's Marwin Gonzalez now, who took over at second base for Jose Altuve. Astros have scored 21 runs. Diamondbacks have more errors than they do runs scored. Gonzalez came in the 8th inning as a pinch runner for Altuve. This is his first at bat tonight. 274. He's got 12 homers. Kind of waves at that one, 1-1. Gonzalez, a valuable guy, very, very versatile. He can start, come off the bench. He can play a whole bunch of positions, switch hits. Nice player to have on your lineup.
Another former Cub from years past in the minor leagues. I don't think the Cubs quite knew where to play him because he is so versatile. They played a lot of shortstop in the minor leagues. They moved him to third.
He just bounces it away from the shift. 21-3 game of the night. You were saying get your numbers.
A minute for the Diamondbacks, though. It's well off the plate that time. Gonzalez just reaches out there, hits it off the end of the bat, and dribbles it through that left side. Nobody home.
Conger at second, Gonzalez at first. George Springer, 2 for 6, a home run. He scored 4 times. Jonathan VR is on deck, the shortstop. He would be next. The Astros shortstops tonight, Carlos Correa and Jonathan VR, have hit for the cycle. Correa had a single, a homer, a triple. VR in his only at bat doubled. Two and one.
Get a big hit.
Got to keep perfectly balanced.
That's why you stick around to the end. You never know when that ball's going to come your direction.
Off the fist. Two down. Hey fans, celebrate Hispanic Heritage Day here tomorrow at Chase Field, presented by Budweiser. Enjoy a pregame street festival brought to you by APS. And then stick around after the game, a concert featuring Latin recording artist and big D-backs fan Luis Coronel. It's presented by Sprint and Samsung. You can get tickets on the phone, 602-514-8400, or visit dbacks.com. Jonathan VR. He's up there with Conger at third and Gonzalez at second, 2 outs. Swing and bunt. Sugle's on it. And that's the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the ninth. It's 21-3.
Starter, part of our web coverage, FoxSportsArizona.com. All the best coverage of your local sports scene. And one thing that could go in the category of fun facts about Robbie Ray, guys, he can actually name all the 50 states in alphabetical order, and we did this today on camera, and he did it in under 30 seconds. So just a little tidbit about Robbie Ray that you might want to know. It's up on our website along with an interview with Brad Ziegler, among other things. But, you know, I had Robbie do this. He said, look, I learned it in elementary school, and I always loved it because at the end we would shout out our home state, which for Robbie is Tennessee. So there you go. It's just one of those things he just kind of memorized, and he's always remembered it.
You know, he kind of ambushed a fan with that the other day. New pitcher for the Astros, Michael Phillies. Because, you know, they do those contests between innings here, and you get a fan and say, how many states can you name in 15 seconds or whatever it is? And they try. Oh, okay, there you got 6. Now let's see how many Robbie Ray can do. And Robbie, as Jody said, ran through all 50. And they felt so badly for the poor fan, they gave her the prize anyway. Because she ran into a ringer there.
She got bamboozled.
Totally. A lot of that going around here.
Well, if the geography bee breaks out on Sunday, we got the right guy on the mound.
Socrates Brito. You would think a guy named Socrates could name all 50 states. Oscar Hernandez going to get an at bat. He's out there in the on deck circle. He'll hit for the pitcher. The most runs scored by any team in the major leagues this year. It was the White Sox, August 15th against Seattle. They scored 22. So we are under the wire here. 21 tied for the second most this year scored by any major league team. 3-2 to Brito. Brito strikes out. Let's take a look. In fact, this is Robbie Ray, all 50 states. Ready, go.
Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming.
Oscar Hernandez drops it in for a base hit. Oscar's 5th major league hit. He did it in alphabetical order. It's
just ripped through it.
A Rain Man.
Center fielder, A.J. Pollock.
Very impressive.
A loop single for Oscar Hernandez. Brings up A.J. Pollock. I believe Todd Walsh is on the phone.
Yes, Steve, the postgame show has just filed an official protest.
Regarding?
You just used our entire postgame show with Robbie Ray, so we're going to.
I would like you instead to recap every run scored of the game.
Yeah.
I stopped keeping scores somewhere. Thank you, though.
Hey, I don't. You're going to have to talk to the truck.
We'll talk to the commissioner, Bud Wilkinson, who's in charge of all these things.
I have Bud Wilkinson.
As he was the Superstars and so many other great events.
I have, don't get me going on Robert Conrad.
Okay.
Yeah, I have very little control over what happens here.
Okay. Oh.
But I would like you to go through, who's out there today? Where are you?
I'm with Joe Borowski.
Oh, I would like Joe to recap every run scored in the game.
No problem.
0-2.
I expected Robbie to shout out Tennessee when he got to it.
Yeah, that was the big finish.
Yeah.
We missed that because Oscar had a base hit. We had to dump out, as they say in the business. 0-2. It would be better if you just yelled it out whenever it came up.
Yeah, because he rolled right through Tennessee. I was expecting a little more enthusiasm there, but maybe at the tail end.
I thought I caught him sneaking in both Carolinas like in one. No, he separated them. You're a home run away from tacos.
AJ's one away from 20.
Being a 20-20 man.
Come together right here.
Oscar moves up, 2 down.
Left fielder.
There's Phil Gosselin. Phil's 0 for 2. He has been hit by a pitch, walked, and scored a run. Oh, 2.
That's an RBI double for Phil Gosselin. Now you're a base hit away from Tacos.
Yeah. Thank you. Right off the bag down there at third base. Just kind of rolled over that breaking ball in the middle of the plate. Topspin grounder. Headed for that left field corner, but hits the bag, pops straight up in the air. Hernandez will score easily. Gosselin pulls in at second base with a double RBI.
And Jake Lamb salvaged some tacos. Taco run at second, 2 outs. He is the taco run. That might become a thing. The old school Astros jersey right there. That's a great look. That's
Astros.
Just an absolute classic. The old Jose Cruz, Enos Cabell jersey. He's got a Cruz jersey on there. 0-2. That's a balk.
That'll be a balk.
Phillies lost his footing there. Gosselin at third now.
Taco's 90 feet away. I think he just kind of lost the grip on the baseball right there. Not sure exactly what happened, but clearly a balk.
Whatever it is, it's going to require a team meeting. See if he's feeling all right. Nodding his head like he's okay. Michael Phillies. Two and two.
Chant is going up from the first base side of the field. We want tacos. Drowned out by the music here at the ballpark right now, but it's a section of about a dozen D-backs fans with the rally caps on rooting for tacos. Battle.
Not going down without a fight here.
Keep fouling off the tough ones and hope he makes some kind of a mistake.
Ninth pitch coming up. Full count, 3-2. Angels won 2-1 at Texas. Twins lost at home to Kansas City 3-1. And the Astros about to get a big win right here. 3-2 on Jake Lamb. And he lost a ball 4. Chance for Aaron Hill, who's doubled twice. Two and two on Aaron Hill. Phil Gosselin at third. Jake Lamb at first. All this talk about how the Astros were at a big disadvantage without Evan Gattis, who couldn't DH in the ballpark, and they scored 21 runs. Turned into a fan appreciation day of sorts with all these foul balls in the ninth inning.
Distributing memorabilia to the fans.
Just about everybody's got one down there. Phillies has thrown 32 pitches. Rasmus, it'll bounce in front, and hey, Bob Bradley. Oh, yeah. I got something that'll make you feel a little bit better. How about some free tacos?
Finally, something good in this ball game. Driving the taco bus.
We got some tacos. Now let's get some beef Wellington. Wellington Castillo 1 for 4, a single and an RBI. One and two.
Max Stassi hangs on. Castillo strikes out, and the ball game is over. The Astros needing every single game of this 3-game series. Get Dallas Keuchel his 20th win. He's now a 20-game winner. And they win this one 21-5. So an updated look at the standings. The Angels won at Texas. The Twins lost at Target Field against Kansas City. So the Astros are 2 games behind the Rangers for the AL West with 2 to play. And you can see their wild card lead. It's 1 over the Angels and now 2 over Minnesota.
Well, thank goodness this one only counts for 1 game in the standings. Boy, you talk about a whipping. The Astros put one on the D-backs tonight. Got to wash this one off quickly. Get back here for that 5-10 start tomorrow. And get after Colin McHugh.
Well, let's start the Diamondback Live post-game show. It's up to Joe Borowski and Todd Walsh. Gentlemen.
And here we go, Steve. Thank you very much, Joe. I was a little worried when we gave you the start over Brandon Webb. A 3-game closing situation. It's a 3-game save. So this one's up to you. This is why you get the big bucks, okay?
I'm ready.
All right, we have a job to do, and we have a few things that we need to get through on the postgame show. I do want to talk about Dallas Keuchel and his performance. Maybe did he go ahead and secure the Cy Young Award? Also, a couple of things about the Arizona Diamondbacks. Yasmani Tomas, we want to talk about him being cold tonight. And what about Peter O'Brien in his first home run? An epic blast here. So there is Diamondbacks Live, the postgame show. We still have work to do here at Chase Field late into this Friday night in the wake of a 21-5 shellacking at the hands of the Houston Astros. Stick around. We'll be back. I promise. D-backs Live in a moment.